I'm almost ready. How's everybody doing today? I put the instructions on the screen. I don't know if that helped anybody. So maybe it helped one of you. What's up, Phoenix? Just another guy? You doing excellent? I hope so. It's Friday night. I should get a drink. Should get an alcohol drink. All right, we're not going to start with an alcohol drink because then we won't have a show. But maybe when I take a break, we'll get an alcohol drink. Late night after hours. Where the what's wrong with my chair? Hey, what's up? How's everybody doing today? They're called adult sodas. Yeah. I don't know if I have any alcohol in the house. I don't drink that much. But it is Friday night, so we might as well get a little silly. So here's the plan. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's everybody doing today? Welcome, 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 welcome. Say hi. Gene, what's up? Dylan, how you doing, buddy? Hey on 420, what's up? You just got off work? Lovely. Artist, how's it going? Hi? I'm in the atmosphere, baby. No, I'm going to be very blunt here. I think when people are really high, they're not that entertaining. They're kind of just like, eh. Which might be fun for them, but I don't know if it would make a good show. If I'm going to do some sort of intoxicant in front of you guys, I'd rather it be something like alcohol where I'm going to get a little silly. So, what are we doing today, guys? What's the plan? Who knows? Who can tell me? What are we doing? What's the game? What's the goal? What's groovy? What's tuvy? I'll tell you if I have to. Because I know what it is. I know the goal. We're going to be looking at one of my favorite things in D&D today. Really one of my favorite things in any RPG today. Yet, well, no Mays is the rule. We are in the month of no May. Which means, if you send me Homebrew and it has the word May in it, then I can't read it. You can have the 3 letters May if they are, you know, in a word, like dismay. Why no May? I'm so confused. Basically, the long and the short of it is, I believe pretty strongly that most people that are trying to get much better at writing need to focus more on the fundamentals. And part of focusing on the fundamentals is paying attention to what you're trying to write. And if you are trying to write game mechanics for D&D, I think you should be writing them in the appropriate language of D&D language so that they come off more professionally to someone that's reading them. And in the official D&D writing, we don't really use the word may to explain how features work. Use the word can. And when you use the word may out of place, to me it triggers that thing in my brain that says this doesn't look professional. So I usually point it out. So that's like the gimmick of it. That being said, you're going to find lots of third-party publishers that use the word may, and they are more than welcome to. Here's the thing. If you are officially published, if you're a published writer and you're doing it your own way, you have proven that you can do it in such a way that you can do it your own way. And that's amazing. But if you are just getting started, before you decide to do it your own way, you should just learn the systems that are there, and then you can decide to break them. That's like a really heady reason of why I don't like the word may. But there's a simpler reason, which is that I think the other way that you need to... The other thing that you can do to improve as a writer, and as any sort of creator, really, is to give yourself arbitrary rules that you have to follow that force you to think more about the things you're making. And if I see the word may in your homebrew, I'm just going to skip it. That's enough of an incentive, I hope, that you are going to maybe read your words more than you were going to read them before. And maybe think about the words you're using more than you were going to before. And even if you're just doing it for something stupid and arbitrary, like saying the word may instead of the word can, it is going to have an impact on your writing overall. And that's it. It's pretty straightforward, even though it's a bit nonsense. That is the rule for the month, but that's not what we're doing today. That's just a thing that's happening in the background. What we're doing today is we are looking at my favorite sorts of features in these games we play, these RPGs, these tabletop adventures. And they are magic items, spells, and feats that do not do damage. Not only do they not do damage, they don't increase damage output or damage potential. We are looking for those special things that adventurers can find in the world that give them something extra, or something utility, or something a little bit weird. So, we're not looking for... So nothing on the list today can add fire damage. Nothing on the list today can give you advantage on an attack roll. Nothing on the list today can do anything like that. If we happen upon an item, and it is clearly just something that is not following the prompt, we will also skip it. But, hopefully that won't happen. Hopefully together, we shall rise up, and we shall find some really cool items, and some really cool magic spells, and some really cool... What's the other thing I said we were going to do? Feats. Feats and spells and items. And they're going to be awesome. And we're going to review yours, too. So if you made them and you want me to review them, you can submit them also. Anyway, that's the show. That's what we're doing. Does that sound good? Oh, also, my dear Dungeon Master Patrick might join us later tonight. Ooh. I forget if he said he was going to join us immediately or he was just... He either said he was going to be able to join me after 8 or before 8. What did he say? Did you say after 8 or before 8? Just let me know. Alrighty. You guys want to start soon or what? Why'd the tip jar freeze? Tip jar, what you doing, buddy? Return! Giving the human players an existential crisis to do damage without doing damage. Well, maybe. Oh, sick. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, Patrick is going to join us at 8. In the meantime, we could start looking at some homebrew, probably. Unless you guys want to just do nothing for a while. Just want to just live our lives. Quiet creatures, wondering about the great beyond. Did I tell you guys I started a new anime? I'm an anime watcher now. Let me get the wheel set up. I'm pretty much the best at anime now. I think I know more about it than most of you, and I think most of your opinions are probably wrong compared to mine. That's my guess, anyway. Let me show you the wheel. Boom! What do you think? I think it looks pretty good. Glorious. Question about the forums. I have multiple homebrew spells for this aristocrat character. Can I submit them all? Lucas, there are a very specific... If you notice in the forum, there's a thing that says, read these things. One of them says exactly the rule there. But I will tell it to you now. I will read one thing. So if you send me a list that has 7 things on it, either tell me which one you want me to look at, or I will just pick one, but that'll probably just be the first one. Very circular. Oh, it's very circular. Yes, look at this wheel. Behold. Neither side nor corner shall befall you. Oh, yes. They say the triangle is the strongest geometric shape, but they have forgotten the power of the curve. Anyway, here's the wheel. Wheel, oh wheel. If anybody wants to make a prayer to the wheel before we start here. If anybody wants to, like, pray to the wheel. Sometimes people like to. I'll give you a second. Give you, like, 3 seconds. Turn the music off so it's all serious and dramatic. This little fucking thing keeps breaking. My little tip jar. Look at it. That's not how things are supposed to work. They're supposed to fall. They're supposed to tumble. Why aren't they tumbling? Why aren't you tumbling? All right. That's all the prayer you get. I hope it was worth it. Are you gonna tumble, or are you gonna be frozen? Oh, maybe there's invisible things they're sitting on. I don't know. Whatever. We'll worry about that later. Ooh, first up we have a piece from Ari. Oh, okay, Ari. Let's see what you have for us today. Summon Elevator. Okay. I thought it would be funny, but it also has some uses. I specified what it is made of so a creature can take a break. Read the first spell. All right. Oh, here, let me get some more music on. But let's take a look at this elevator. I like an elevator. One might argue that the spell levitate is sort of an elevator. Just saying. One might say it. Where should we go? Should we go to some sort of mountain? Perhaps a quiet cove. Let's go to the forest at night. Ooh, yes. Yes, perfect. Nothing like a forest at night to keep us going. All right, let's see what's going on here. I don't know if I like the forest at night. I think maybe we do the forest. Maybe we just do like a woodland campsite. Yeah, that's a little bit more chill. Okay, this is called Call Elevator. Excellent name for a spell. Excellent name for a spell. No, the wheel can't hurt you. Don't be too freaked out by the wheel. This is Call Elevator. 3rd level conjuration, casting time 1 action, range 20 foot, 10 foot cube. Okay, so in D&D, if you want to make something taller than it is wide, the easiest way to do that would be to use a cylinder, which is something that there's a lot of spells that already do that. So I would probably just do that if that's what's going on here. But if that's not what's going on here, then ignore me. You summon an elevator at a point you can see within range. The elevator is a hollow 10-foot cube. with 3-inch thick wooden walls on all sides, except on one wall of your choice, which is instead has a set of steel doors that you can open and close as an object interaction, or in the same action used to cast this spell. The inside of the elevator has full cover from the outside, while the door is closed. While concentrating on the spell, you can use your bonus action to move the elevator and everything in it up or down 30 feet. The elevator ignores gravity. The elevator's speed while moving upward decreases by 5 feet for every 100 pounds inside it. Okay, there's a lot of interesting things going on here. YouTubes, don't forget there's more than 18 of us here. What do you mean? What is that talking about? There's like 50 of you. What are you talking about? I can see you. Don't worry. Look at me. Wait. I can see you. Don't worry. Unless you're saying something I don't understand. In which case, I wish you well. Guys, I'm the wrong size now. What's getting scary? There's a wolf. Did you hear that? Everybody calm down. What the fuck is going on with my camera? Boop, boop. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so there's a couple things here that I think work really well about this, and then there's a couple things that I think you need to think about. First of all, the idea is fun. And it is doing something totally different than any other spell, right? There are plenty of spells that can bring something up. There's a lot of spells. There's spells that can create objects, but there aren't really spells that create like an object that moves a group of people or potentially a bunch of things other than like telekinesis maybe or Tensor's floating disc. So I think that the idea is fun. There's a couple things that this spell doesn't have that it needs. And I'm curious, chat. I'm curious, my dear students. What do you know what those things are? Don DeGora says something very interesting. Overall seems pretty good, but maybe specify the hit points in a sea of the walls and the doors. That is an amazingly good point, good sir. Even the wall spells that are like much higher level spell than this, they have AC and hit points, unless it's Wall of Force. So this thing needs, all of these walls need to have AC, and they need to have hit points. We need to know how we can smash it. Because if you can't smash it, I think it's too strong. Because a invincible cube is a very powerful thing. That's essentially the same as Force Cage at that point, which is like a much higher level spell. The other thing that I think you need to say is instead of saying the elevator's speed decreases by 5 feet, I think instead of calculating any of this with speed, you got to do it with the distance. You do it with the distance in the first part, you got to do it with distance in the second part. So look what you do here. You say everything, you can bonus action to move everything in the elevator up or down 30 feet. So then what you do, instead of saying its speed is blah, 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 you say for every 100 pounds inside the elevator, you can move it 5 feet less or something like that. So describe both in feet because they're both measurements. We're measuring. We're being measurement makers, you know? But I think it's pretty fun. What do you guys think? Third level spell? 10 minutes? 10 minutes is kind of a long time. I might make it last less than 10 minutes. I might make it last a minute. I feel like 10 minutes is a long time. Might be better to decrease the speed based on number of creatures, easier to calculate. Dylan, that's a really good idea. I agree 100%. I agree 100%. And you could even do it with like creatures or objects too, I guess. I guess maybe they did it by pounds because they wanted to have it be thinking. They might have wanted us to be thinking about using it to like move supplies also. But I do think that in general, it's going to be a lot easier to calculate with creatures. You could sort of do both, right? It can hold up to 500 pounds of material or one large creature or 4 medium creatures. You know, something like that. Something like that. I think having a weight limit existing is reasonable. I don't think it like makes the spell unusable in any way. And maybe there's some cheese element that they're trying to avoid. I think it's probably fine. I think the only thing that really matters here is the range doesn't make any sense. Oh, I guess it's a 20-foot range here, and then it's a 10-foot cube here. Okay, I understand now. I was being dumb. The only thing that this thing really needs is it needs to be destructible. That's pretty much it. Yeah, you don't need to ignore... Yeah, the sentence about ignoring gravity is totally redundant. You don't need that at all. Because you already say everything in it is... It's like a flying machine. It's fine. Cool. I don't really have more thoughts other than that. It's a pretty straightforward floating box. I think it's a pretty solid little spell. It's, there's another person in our channel... Here, there's another person in our channel who's been making spells that are intended to feel like machines, specifically for artificers. And I think this would work very well for that. I think this would work very well in that sort of vein. I mean, it's literally what it is. Can you crush creatures with it? You can try. You can try. You can't always succeed, but you can try. That's for sure. All right. What do you say? I say we give Ari a round of applause. I think it's a pretty cool item. Or magic spell. Can you crush creatures with it? I don't think so. I don't think so. But you could put words in here for, like, you cannot move it to it has to be moved to an unoccupied space, is how you would do that. But I would say no. The way this reads, I would not allow you to crush a creature with it. I would just have it stop. I would just have it not be able to move into occupied space. That's what I would do. That's how I would handle it. I don't like this forest music anymore. I think I need a little bit of a tune. I need a wee tune, just a slice of a tune. You know? I like a little bit of a tune. What can I say? Here we go. This is going to be a slice of a tune. We'll change it if we need to. Get a little bit more hype, maybe. New game, we'll be trying to figure out how these non-damage dealing effects can be used to deal damage. Listen, man. Do whatever you want with them. Alright, thank you for sharing, Ari. Let's see. Do we have anybody new? We do. Mr. Eagle and Arcade Avery. Ooh. Oh my. It's a Josiah. What do you have for us today? A lowish level healing item I made in a few minutes, but I liked how it turned out. I've talked about this before. Sometimes making something really quickly is fine. It doesn't always need to be hectic. That being said, if it looks really haphazard, I'm just going to make fun of you for not fully writing it out. It looks like a little turnip. We have a turnip, a radish. This is called Ridley's Reliable Radish. All right, turn this into a combat weapon. When you eat the bulbous half of the radish, you regain 2d4 plus 2 hit points. Don't say this radish. The first time you are talking about it, you have to acknowledge that you're talking about a thing. Even though it's in the name here, we don't know what the radish is yet. So you're sort of talking about eating a thing before we know what it is. So you say this radish, and it makes that grammatically correct. When you eat the bulbous half of this radish, you gain a bunch of hit points. So it's you gain a health potion of hit points. When you eat the leafy half of this radish, you're cured of any poison or disease. If only one half is planted into the dirt, it will grow back fully in 8 hours. If both halves are eaten, the item is destroyed. Ridley's Reliable Radish has the appearance of a radish with a green bulbous root and red leaves. This would be a fantastic item for either a very low magic campaign or a campaign where your party doesn't have a healer. Because it's basically a free health potion a day. Or a free cure wounds, or free cure disease or poison a day. Well, you won't necessarily be able to grow more. It's a magic item, so it will grow one. I don't think you could use this to make more than one. I guess a dungeon master could decide you can, but I wouldn't if I was the dungeon master. Oh, that's true. If you break it in half and plant both, it would grow too. Yeah, I think you need to make it... There needs to be an element of only one can grow back. Otherwise, that's crazy. Otherwise, that broken. Otherwise, that don't be broken. But, nonetheless, not a bad little magic item if you fix that one hiccup. And then it becomes basically a once-a-day health potion or curing something. Which, again, I think is perfect for low magic game or a survival type game or a, you know, nobody's a healer type game. But yeah, pretty straightforward, pretty simple, works well. Reliable radish. Cure the disease of mortality. How do you kill someone with it? I guess you could just not use it as a food. You could just hit them with it really hard. That could work. Thank you, Josiah, for sharing. Or make it a legendary. More of an artifact, I would say. If it can make infinite stuff, that's artifact. That's not legendary. Bugga-da-boo. Bugga-da-boo. What more things do we got for you? Show me all your items I want to see. We have one from Canros. Ha ha he. That was my diss track. I'm very good at diss tracks. I learned how important they were from TikTok. From TikTok, and Kendrick Lamar taught me the importance of a diss track. Hey Cinder, I want to know how strong this magic item is. How much should I sell it for? How available should it be? And what are some changes you'd make, if any? Well, I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to point out a couple things here. How much should you sell it for? I can't tell you how much it should cost, because how much is gold worth in your game? You know? That's a question for you and your own game's economy system. But I can tell you other things about it. You know what you could do with the radish thing? It wouldn't exactly fix it, but it would be an interesting mechanic. But it would still kind of lead to infinite radishes. Is you could have it be whenever you plant a half of one of those things, you flip a coin. And there's a 50% chance that it grows a new radish. That could also work. But then it wouldn't be infinite use. It would be maybe infinite use. It'd be gambler's use. All right, this is the black coin. An old... Look at it, it's a penny. An old, weathered, and scarred copper coin. Covered in a thick grime that never seems to wash off. The black coin always rubs off black soot when it comes in contact with anything, and the metal is cold to the touch. Do not mention the grime here if you immediately mention the soot. They're basically the same thing, so it sort of feels like you're repeating yourself. On one side of the dark coin, a deep S is stamped over the face side, and a deep M. Okay, you don't need to say on one side of the coin, and then say the two... Just say the two things. It's like you're saying, on one side of the coin, there's a deep S on one side of the coin. So don't say that. Cut this first part out. Okay, let's get to what it does. Once per day, you can spend a bonus action during your turn to activate the black coin. Choose a creature within 60 feet and flip the coin. If you win the flip, the next d20 roll made by the target creature is a natural 1. If you lose the flip, the next d20 roll you make is a natural 1. Huh. Interesting. I'm not sure what I would do with this. I'll tell you why. I do think this is still a pretty powerful item. Because you are deciding who has to roll the next natural 1 first. So, even though, yeah, this is going to make you potentially roll a natural 1, you don't know what that natural 1 is going to be on. And you are the one that's deciding when this is activated. So, if... It's like... It's sort of like there's a 50% chance I can guarantee the monster is going to fail on their next saving throw if... unless like, it's going next. Because if my ally, who's a spellcaster, is going next, and they make a spell, I know that they can... It's basically a portent in that way that guarantees a natural 1. So, if I were you... I think that I would probably want to focus. I would probably want to focus in on that a little bit more. And I think that the consequence of failure needs to be as bad as the consequence of failure on the other, for the other guy. And that it's just not that right now. It is also very abusable by halfling luck. That's true. But I think that if I was going to be using an item like this, I would not let that work with halfling luck, because that would just be busted. Yeah, exactly. It's biased towards you because you can anticipate what your natural 1 will be. Yeah, exactly. It also is, it's once per day, so it's not the end of the world in terms of power. But it is still really fucking strong. It also doesn't require attunement. So with that in mind, it probably would be very rare it probably would be very rare, I would say. If I was going to give it a rarity. And I have no idea how much that should cost in your game, but if you want to think about it like this, magic items go up exponentially in power as they level up. And like if you're going like standard uncommon item is 500 gold. And then it goes up into the thousands, and then into the many thousands, and then into the many, many thousands. So this should be really fucking expensive if you want it to be very rare. You've thought about making it a consumable? Here's what I'll say. I think it's a reasonable consumable if it's not something you expect your players to get more than 1 of. But if this is the kind of thing that you want to make like a potion that they could buy at a store, and they could buy like 4 of them, you are going to stop the game is going to become the coins. Because then it's just more powerful. It's only tempered by the fact that you can only do it once per day. So if it's consumable, and I get 5 of them, I can use 5 in a day all of a sudden. It also says the next d20, so if you have advantage, the next one is a 1 and the next one is normal. Yeah, that's true. It's also cheesable in that way. I think it's a fun idea, but I think it's a little too imbalanced right now. It's too cheesable in a couple different ways. That's an interesting idea, what Name just said. That might be the solution. That's a really good solution. Okay, this is what Name just said. Name said, do they know they failed? Do you? So what if it's this? What if the Dungeon Master flips a coin and you make a call, and they do not tell you whether you won or you failed? It only is revealed when somebody makes a saving throw. Or when somebody has to roll a d20. That could be an interesting way. I think that would help balance it a lot, actually. But you still have to deal with all that other stuff of, like, it could be cheesed with halfling luck and other things like that. But I think that is a much better solution. And it also makes it into a more fun game of chance. Also, I do feel like it is. Yeah, you say that there is an M and an S. It's there. I think you don't really need a lot of this language. Like, I sort of feel like you mentioned heads or tails. Why do they mention heads or tails? What are you talking about? Maybe they do. Anyway, I guess you could say it. It's weird to call out that these things have special things named on them, and then that's, like, not tied in anywhere else, but I think that that's fine. All right, those are my thoughts. I think it's a neat idea for an item. It's a little bit swingy right now, but I think that that's the solution. The solution is figure out how to make it not cheesable. Yeah, but Cross, but that means nothing to me. Like, that might be why it makes sense to you, but you understand why that, because it's a reference to a character from your game, doesn't mean anything for me. But yeah, I think you got to make it not cheesable, and you got to make it a little less powerful, and then you make it a very rare item. Maybe depending on how much you push the player's lack of knowledge in what's happening, you could make it rare instead of very rare. But if the players understand whether or not they succeeded, I think it has to be a very rare item minimum. Very rare, very rare. All right, those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing. Uh-oh, Matt's here. Hold your horses. Matty. He's batty. All right. Let's see. You're welcome. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, really fun item. I think the mechanic is going to be really fun to play with. Tenebrous looks. 1 second. Sounds like a character from Warhammer 40k, doesn't it? My goal is to make a powerful movement option with drawbacks also. I love randomness and rollable tables. The Yuan-Ti Dendar theme could easily be changed to fit another god's setting. It's just the one that fits where I want the players to find it. Okie dokie. Kadoosh. Kadoosh. What's up, Recraptor Beta? That's a great name. Oh, my YouTube short worked? It brought you over here? Hell yeah. Well, we're looking at magic items that, in theory, don't do damage, and we're going to see how it goes, and I'm pretty excited. Welcome to the show. The music's very calm tonight. For now. But we might get hectic later. It's likely that we'll get a little hectic later. I may have offered to the chat that it'll get hectic later. Anyway, this is the Amulet of the Night Serpent. Ooh. What's up, Rick? This amulet is carved from obsidian and shaped like a black serpent with emeralds for eyes and 2 rubies for fangs. It is coiled up, but circles your throat like a necklace once attuned. Interesting. It has 7 charges, regains 1d8 minus 1 daily at dawn. Huh, well, I wonder why you went with 1d8 minus 1 instead of like a 1d6 plus 2. Because this could end up with 0 charges, which is fine, but that's a choice to make. The way this recharges item, it could be very easy that you don't get charges, or maybe even lose. You just wouldn't get charges. While attuned, you can expend 1 to 2 of its charges. You don't need to say it like this if this is what this is doing. I think you just got to say you can expend charges to do the following things, and then you can say this. Or you can expend charges in the following ways. When you expend 1 charge, in place of an attack, instead of saying in place of an attack, is that grammatically correct? No, it's not. And I need you to understand how and why, because look at it. You can do what? In place of an attack is not anything. This is a bunch of words that you are using to add some context that you want to insert this information in here. But you have to make it work. So how do you make this work? I'll give you a clue. You can replace all of these with one word. What do you think? Well, what are you doing when you in place of something? When you take something out of some place and put something else in that place, what are you doing? You could forego an attack. That's true. You could also replace an attack. When you expend and charge, you can replace one attack as what you can replace one of your attacks in your attack action to transport yourself. Blah 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 blah. But yeah, don't slack on the grammar, guys. Don't do it. It's not worth it, because look at all of this cool stuff we have to read. I want to read it, and when you do stuff like this, it makes me not want to read it. And I represent all of humanity when I say that. When you expend one charge, you can replace one attack. You can replace one attack with the ability to transport yourself and anything you are wearing or carrying to a location within 100 feet of you. You don't need to say... Okay, so you can say this so much shorter. The destination you choose doesn't need to be in your line of sight, but it must be familiar to you, and it must be on the same plane of existence. Okay, this last part's fine. Here's what you say. As part of the attack action, you can expend a charge to replace one of your attacks with the ability to teleport yourself up to 100 feet away. Period. Just that. But you gotta write it like that, because it don't work when it's not written like that. And you have to remember that an attack sits inside of an attack action. You kind of have to frame it that way too. And don't say when you. Don't make this a thing, because it's still an action. So don't say when you expend. Say you can expend one charge too. You can expend two charges too. You can expend two charges to take one willing creature within 5 feet of you as well. Okay, yeah, you need to just completely rewrite this whole feature. This is gobbledygook. What it's doing is interesting, but the way it's written is legit gobbledygook. So here's what you're going to say. You're going to say, as part of the attack action on your turn, you can replace one of your attacks with the ability to teleport yourself. You can choose to expend an additional charge to bring one willing creature with you that is within 5 feet of you. Period. Just that. Yeah, you don't need any of the when yous. If you aren't a Yuan-Ti or a patron of Dendar, you have to make a saving throw each time you use it. On a failed save, the black serpent hisses as you are transformed in transit. The transformation takes effect as soon as you arrive at the destination and is determined randomly by rolling on the percentile die. You become petrified. You get a curse. You get paralyzed. You get invisibility. You don't get any of your cool stuff. You're little. Okay. I think overall it's a pretty interesting item. I feel like it's a really... I like the idea of a teleport. I think it's a little strong. I would probably give it less charges. Because a 100-foot teleport that's not even taking up it's not even taking up a whole action is a lot. Especially considering you don't need to see it. So I might make this require your hold action instead of just replacing part of your attack action. Or if you wanted to replace part of your attack action, I think you got to do something else to balance it out a little bit. Whether you're lowering the range or making it so you have to see, or maybe even both. Just because it's really fucking strong. It's a pretty cool item, though. I could see a lot of people really wanting to use something like this, where they're, like, teleporting around the battlefield. In terms of the curse element, I could very easily see replacing these with, like, anything to make a game world work. I think the curse itself is fine. How do we ask to have something we made get looked over? There is a link in the video description. That's how. If it uses attacks, you can cheese it with a fighter and action searches at least a couple times. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot. Yeah, I think that if you wanted to, that's why I think it needs to take up a whole action, or you need to, like, really lower it. I mean, it could be a really cool item if the distance was 20 feet and you could replace an attack action with it, or part of the attack with it, because then cheesing it with a fighter I think would be pretty fucking cool. It wouldn't be annoying. It's quite literally a 20th level wizard Misty Step. Very strong. Well, wizards Misty Step is always 30 feet. So it's not that. It's closer to Dimension Door, which is a 4th level spell, and you can teleport up to 500 feet. Attunement is sort of like forming a bond with it, but attunement doesn't really have a role play. I mean, it doesn't require a role play thing. The real reason to have attunement is is purely game balance, because requiring attunement, you can only have 3 items attuned to you at a time. So are some items that make more sense to require attunement than others, but other times it is also just a balancing thing. Particularly strong items generally require attunement. I like the curse. I like the item. I think you gotta simplify it a little bit and tune it down a little bit in terms of power. The other thing that I want to just acknowledge here, and it's something that we've seen before, and I think I think it's a missed opportunity. It's not Cave. How is it almost a capstone? Like, it's literally, it's Dimension Door. It's not a capstone. It's a 4th level spell. Or a 5th level spell, whatever that is. But what I was going to say was, if you're going to give an item a curse or a downside, I think it's better to make that curse somewhat match the vibes of what the item does. And maybe you just didn't have an idea for the teleporting thing, or maybe you just wanted to keep it simple for your home game. But there is a certain amount of poetry when the downside of the item reflects nicely the upside. I'm not saying it should be the opposite of it, but when they feel like they work together to, like, tell a whole story, you know? No, there's not really anything that lets you mess with the percentile rolls. Yeah, I would say oh shit, I didn't realize it was greater invisibility for an hour. Yeah, it should be for a minute, not an hour. That's too powerful. I mean, it's a 5% chance. It's not going to happen that much, but it's still, it's enough that I would say it's overkill for the natural 20. It's overkill. It's overkill. Like, you want to, listen, when somebody rolls a critical hit, you want them to be able to do a shit ton of damage. You don't want them to do 500 damage on every attack for the next 10 minutes. Cave, Cave, who are you arguing with? You're missing the point. The point that I was making was that this is not comparable to Misty Step being taken by the wizard, because it's very different than that. The Misty Step is 30 feet. This is 100 feet. Misty Step is a bonus action. This is part of the attack action. At the capstone feature, Misty Step is at will. This is not at will. So yes, I accept that a wizard could take Misty Step as one of their known at-will spells. But I think the comparison is not... I don't think it's helpful for the person that wrote this, and I don't think it's helpful for balancing this. Because I think it's just a completely different thing, you know? So I do think, yeah, I think you got to fix this. And if anything, I would even say maybe just switch the curses altogether and make them feel like they tie more into this thing. And I would probably give this thing less charges. I'd probably give it 4 charges. So you could either do 4 teleports or 2 teleports with friends or some combination of that. And I would make it recharge, I don't know, 1d4 charges each day, something like that. But those are my thoughts. I think it's a neat idea. I want it to feel more tied to itself. Who's being a butthead in the stream? Are people being mean? Might have missed it. Is 7 charges a reference to something? If so, weaken the item. If not, less charges. I think less charges is going to be... I would put less charges regardless. Unless you really wanted to lower the distance of this teleport. But yeah, it's a neat idea. Everybody loves teleporting. I just wish it told more of a story. Especially considering it's like an item that you're putting in your game world, you know? We got some pieces from Eli and Kitty. 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 You texted me? Alright, let me call you, Patrick. Ring, 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 ring.
Hello.
Hey, man, how's it going? Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Good.
Sit closer to your microphone.
I will turn it up.
Or turn it up.
Make this happen. We can work together on
There
this
you go.
project.
You're good.
Amazing.
How's it going,
How
buddy?
you doing?
I'm doing
good.
well.
Good.
So we are guys. If you don't know, this is Patrick Perini. He is my dungeon master.
Hello.
And host of the insurmountable podcast, Unbalanced Encounters. Go vote for us for the Crit Awards. Go check us out. We're a fun podcast. He's the dungeon master. It's fun. But also, Patrick, today, we are looking at magic items, spells, and feats that do not deal damage nor improve damage output. And I used that language very specifically because I didn't want anybody to misunderstand what I was saying and just make an item that let people take a bunch of attacks and stuff, but didn't technically add damage. So that's the plan. We saw a couple so far, but not many.
Yeah.
Not many yet.
Yeah.
Well, how you doing?
Hey, that's why I'm here. I'm good. We're having a good time. Cave, thank you. I'm glad you think that Unbalanced Encounters is great. We work very hard on it. We love it quite a lot. I'm glad that you do too.
Thank you for sharing in the debate on powers and teleporting.
Yeah. But I love non-damaging magical items. They are my favorite by a long shot, which is why I'm here.
Somebody said, are items that give you advantage on attack allowed? I would say, do they increase your potential damage output? That's what I would say.
Yes. Yes, they do. It's kind of all they do. You want to avoid numbers go up for this exercise, I think.
Yes. Exercise. Next we have something. This is Grimy.
Grimy?
This is Elon Musk's ex-partner.
I mean, that's honestly an impressive get for this show. As much as I don't, like that they were involved with Elon Musk.
The goal of this spell is to have a magic item for a marshal off of one of their favorite spells.
Interesting.
Okay. I wonder if we'll be able to tell what spell it was. It's an artifact.
Oh, wow.
Big boy.
Correct.
It's called Stamos' Specially.
John Stamos?
Yeah, full house. This silver stopwatch has 2 buttons on top of it. and the screen over the stopwatch's face can be opened. I'm going to stop you right here. Grimy. What the fuck is that comma doing here, buddy? Do you know what that is? That's the perfect place for a period. And then this could be its own sentence. But you know what? You didn't do that. You put a comma here, and you put a comma here. And I'm going to read this whole sentence, but I'm not going to enjoy it. Because it's too long, and it's a run-on sentence. That being said, let's read it.
None of you are free from sin.
This silver stopwatch has 2 buttons on top of it, and the screen over the stopwatch's face can be opened, and the arms can be moved. The stopwatch also measures time perfectly. Yeah, that sentence makes me want to punch you in the nose. And if you just put periods in place and made it like a normal group of sentences, it would work fine. It is amazing how much a comma can ruin a sentence sometimes. It's guys, you got to end your sentences, guys. End your fucking sentences.
End them early and often. Always be ending sentences.
We don't need them. What are you gonna sentence to death?
Oh, that one got me.
All right, let's see what this thing does.
It's time to stop. Yes, it is. Speaking of time,
this clock has 15 plus half proficiency bonus of the attuned creature rounded up's charges, and regains 2d4 plus proficiency bonus charges of the attuned creature's expended charges daily at dawn. That's a whole lot of gobbledygook for something that is completely unnecessary. Let's think about it like this. The number is fucking 15. That's a big number. If you want to add a little number next to it, don't make it this. This is like annoying. This is not only does this not... Okay, okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting riled up here.
Don't put proficiency bonus in the charges for a magic item. That's not how magic items work. They don't really interact usually with anything from the attuned creature. Certainly not proficiency bonus. Just an artifact. Assume somewhere between a +3 and a +6, and just pick a number. Yeah, and that's the. But
number. Also, you just make it have a flat number to start. Just just let it be 15 is a lot. It's 15. Just make it fucking 15.
Also, we're going to get into this in about 2 seconds, but it's 15.
Am I about to get really annoyed or something?
And then you spend 9 charges to do the one thing that it can do. So it's actually, this thing has 1.75 charges a day.
Serenity now. Serenity now.
Oh, God.
Let's ask, can we play a hypothetical? Okay, let me just read the rest of it. You can use an action to cast Time Stop with it, and you can't use spells or cantrips. Okay. Patrick, let me throw a hypothetical scenario at you. Okay?
Yeah.
I have an idea. I have a really cool idea for a new type of Nerf gun.
Sure.
Okay? It's gonna be sick. Okay? It's gonna have 2 massive fucking rifled barrels.
Hell yeah.
And it's gonna shoot insanely like 18 millimeter fucking artillery Nerf gun, okay?
Intense as shit. I'm into it.
Now get this.
Yeah.
Get this. Instead of making 2 bullets for it that fit those rifled barrels, I'm gonna make 15 little bullets and have to figure out just mushing them into the 2 spots.
But each one can fit 9, so why wouldn't you do 18?
Because it's a perfect idea. Okay, if you want to, there's no reason to do this math. Is the long and the short word again from here. This magic item literally does one thing. It allows you to cast Time Stop. You can decide how many times should they be able to do that. Once a day? Okay, it can do that once. Twice a day? Okay, it can do that twice. It doesn't need to be more complicated than that. It should never be more complicated than that. It's ludicrous to make it more complicated than that. You don't need, if you're building a thing to do one thing, you don't need to, you know what this is like? It's like the fucking, it's like pay to win gaming. It's like, oh, you can buy the starter pack for $7.99 and it comes with 1,400 credits to get your skin for your character. Cool, but guess what? The character skins don't cost 1,400 credits. They cost 1,600 credits. So if you want to buy one, you actually have to buy 2 of the starter packs. And then you have a bunch of these fucking little credits left over, and you don't have what to do. So then you're like, well, I might as well buy another pack so I can get on to the next one. And this is doing, it's doing microtransactions. It's a microtransaction. Why?
It is.
Just make it fit. Just make it fit. Just make it fit. Just make it fit.
Just make it fit. It's give it 2 charges, and it recharges. I guess the idea is that they want to basically give it not quite 2 charges, like at most once per day, and then they want it to recharge like
can I blow your mind? Can I blow your mind?
Yeah.
What if it works like this? It has 1 charge.
Yes.
Every day at dawn, you roll a d6. If you roll a 3 or higher, it regains that charge.
Yeah, that's all you got to do.
Boom! Also,
that's all you got to do.
Also, I do want to point out a thing here. In terms of what it's doing, they are 100% accomplishing their goal. They were like, I want my martial character to be able to do time stop. That's literally what
capacity.
It does.
Yeah.
I want to say, I want to encourage you. If this is for your home game, great. But at the end of the day, if you want to make a magic item that mimics a spell, and the only thing that magic item does is mimic that spell, you can just make that. You don't need to question whether or not it can or should exist, because you aren't adding anything new. You're just taking something that is already in the game, that works, that we know works, and you are making it into a magic item, even though it normally wouldn't be a magic item. And that's, like, it's the easiest way to make magic items reliably, but I would also encourage you to push past it, because it is also the least creatively tenuous. Like, it's it puts the least it's the least brain power, it's the least brain exercise.
The reality is that in this piece there's a little bit of flavor text up top, which we've given you a little bit of guidance around, like break up your sentences. There's a radically overcomplicated charge system, and there's a spell cast, and we're telling you to get rid of the charge system. So there's a little bit of flavor text that needs improvement, and then you're giving a spell at most once a day.
But and it's going to work though, because it's
it's absolutely going to work.
It's going to work.
It's one of those things where it's like no one else is going to go find your homebrew to do that. They're just going to do it.
Yeah.
So if your thinking is, I want to publish this, there's nothing to publish there. It's like saying, oh, I want a kobold that's green instead of red. It's like, well, nobody's going to go download your green kobold, right? They're just going to call their red kobold green.
I'm going to interrupt you right here.
Yeah.
Because Fluffcopter just blew the lid off this popsicle stand.
Oh, what's up? What's up?
What does this spell do?
Oh, okay. Okay.
What does this spell do?
You can't. I mean, I guess you could get advantage on an attack theoretically, but as soon as you do damage, it ends. As soon as you attack, it ends.
Oh, no, Fluffcopter. Then I take it back. Fluffcopter, you are digging for trouble. That's fine. I'm not going to give somebody a shit. No, Fluffcopter, shut the fuck up. I love you, but that's too pedantic. That's like, actually, this grain of sand is turquoise, and I needed it to be blue-green. Calm down. It's the help action. I'm not going to give somebody... It's fine. If
you want to give the help action 3 times, you're giving somebody else a little bit of damage throughput. That's enough out of the way that it's fine.
Anyway, yeah, I don't really think there's much more to say about it. It's basically just a spell, and it's a good spell. All right, thank you, Grimy. Good luck with figuring out your resource management system for it. In the future, if you wanted to,
complicated.
Yeah, well, it's also like, do the ends justify the means? And if the goal is you want it to be if you want it to have unreliable use, you can use percentile dice, like just rolling a d6 and picking a number.
Just slow use, right? But again, you can leverage the fact that statistically, it's very unlikely that you won't get a number at a certain point, right? So you can use that.
That's how Dragon Breath works.
Yeah, it's to emulate the exact same thing. which is that it should come back, but not right away.
Phoenix. Patrick, how do you feel about little loot goblins?
Just in general, I'm pretty down for some loot goblins. I feel like that's kind of a necessary component to any well-built world.
Okay. They're trying to make a feat that feels like a Jedi mind trick. Now,
a Jedi mind trick, you say?
Depending on what their interpretation of Jedi mind trick is, I would argue there are some feats that kind of do that already. There is telepathy and telekinesis are both feats in the game currently. But I
would also say that any charming spell is probably in that universe as well. Suggestion is obviously like a Jedi mind trick.
Yeah, but if you wanted to make it like a non-spell, if you wanted to give it if you wanted to make it a feature that wasn't a spell, I think there's...
Sure.
I'm curious to see how we'd interpret that. Mind trick. You learn to influence others with the power of your mind. You can increase your intelligence score to a maximum of 1. Interesting. I completely disagree with limiting this to intelligence. I don't think it makes any sense. Also, I would argue Jedi are really unintelligent. I would say Jedi is more wisdom than intelligence.
I would argue that too. But there's a reason. They use the Arcana skill.
All right, well, let's see. As an action, you can attempt to convince a creature of something they know to be untrue. The creature must make an insight wisdom check contested by your Arcana intelligence check not to believe the lie. You cannot convince the creature that something is not... You cannot convince... What? You cannot
convince a creature that something is not harmful. So you can't...
Is this ability just you can make Arcana checks instead of deception checks?
Yeah.
I would just... Yes. No, that's what it is. Okay,
I think that depends on how your DM runs deception checks, right? Like if your DM runs... This is a forced function where it's like I use my Arcana to force an insight check, and if they fail... They do believe the lie, which, listen, from first-person experience, I don't run deception checks like that. They're not just a win button for convincing.
Yeah, that's true. So it does make it more of a power. I think it makes it too powerful of a power.
You would definitely need to rein it in around some of the, like, there are a lot of spells that, like, do things like you cannot command.
There are two things. There are two things.
That kind of thing.
There are two things in the game that do things similar to this.
Yeah.
You want to know what they are? One of them is a 5th level spell.
Yep.
And one of them is one of the cards from the deck of many things.
What's the 5th level spell? That might be what I'm thinking.
Modify memory.
No, that's not what I'm thinking of. This
is modify memory.
True though.
But that's literally what this is.
Yeah. This is stronger than lying.
So this is as powerful as a 5th level spell, but you can do it infinitely. And you can use it's not a saving throw, meaning that monsters can't use legendary resistances. And because it's a skill, you could get expertise in that skill, basically doubling your power in it. It's too much. It's too much. I think the easier way to accomplish this goal is to let your character use Arcana for deception for some reason, or honestly, just take expertise in deception. Gift of Gab doesn't change. Gift of Gab doesn't convince someone to believe something that's false. It basically does Gift of Gab? Is that what Gift of Gab does? Does it make them believe something false?
I don't think so. But I want to dial in on this is very limited to things that they already know are untrue. So. Like that's a very limited. It is in that modify memory space because they already know that it's not true.
Yeah, which just it's just much too.
Gift
powerful.
of Gab is a mind blink for the last 6 seconds.
Yeah, Gift of Gab. It's a redo. It's like I said something stupid.
Seconds.
It's like you go up to you meet Matt Mercer for the first time and you're really excited to meet him and you have this whole thing planned and you go to talk to him and you're like, and you're like, oh, Gift of Gab. Oh, hello, Matthew Mercer. My name is Cinder and we're best friends. Yep. Yeah.
So I don't think it's more powerful than Gift of Gab in a slightly different way.
So how would we do? Okay, so I honestly I think you just drop it. I don't think this works. So how would you do this? How would we make the Jedi mind trick where you can be like, these aren't the droids you're looking for?
Sure. I think,
outside of just Charm Person or any of the other things that already exist in the game, or do we not need to?
the way that you do it is A, I don't think it's a feat. B, I think it's a cantrip. C, I think the cantrip probably is a wisdom saving throw against your spell casting, your spell save DC, and you can convince them that something you can convince them. This language is not bad. You can convince a creature of something they know to be untrue for 6 seconds, for 1 round.
Yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah.
Right? Something very limited in scope.
Yeah, or some simpler version of like the seeming spell. Seeming is like a very high level spell where it doesn't make an illusion, it just makes you seem like something. But yeah, that's just the friends cantrip. You just described the friends cantrip, basically.
I think the difference is that the friends
the difference
cantrip,
is one is charisma checks. Yeah. And you're talking about trying to lean into this mechanic of like forcing somebody to believe something.
It doesn't necessarily change their outlook toward you, right?
Yeah.
You could convince an enemy that they've already won the fight, and for 6 seconds, right? But then that doesn't make them your friend. That just puts them off guard for 6 seconds, right? That kind of thing.
I'm not sure how I would do it. If I was gonna put it into a feat, I probably would tie it not to Arcana. I probably would tie it to something wisdom based or charisma based, or
I mean, I was just thinking your spell casting modifier.
But what if you're not a spellcaster?
I mean, if it's a feat, that's a good question.
Yeah.
You could pick a lot of the spellcasting feats. You just pick.
That's what I would do. I would let it. That's why I was questioning this. I would say you pick intelligence, wisdom, or charisma, and then you use that stat to determine the power of the feature, and then depending on how powerful you make the feature, you got to make it limited.
Honestly, actually, if you really wanted to dial it in as a feature, make it a half feat like this is, then you pick your mental stat, and you just add that to deception rolls. So it's charisma, prof if you've got it, double prof if you've got it, then that modifier.
It could, yeah, I guess it could be something like that, but yeah.
Because that gets into, it's less of a super aggressive mechanic. Like, it still gives the GM a lot of play as to whether or not they're just not going to believe it, but it puts you in that space of like almost kind of like reliable talent, where it's like you can't roll less than a 20 at a reasonable level, right?
Yeah.
And so like all of your deceptions are superhuman deceptions.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. All right, cool. Interesting idea. But this representation of it is much too powerful.
It's very busted, especially when you consider the fact that like PvP can happen at tables, right?
Yeah.
Especially with like lies and stuff, and you're giving a player a button to take agency away from another player ostensibly, and that gets rough.
Yeah. Let's give a little round of applause to Little Loot Goblin. Somebody said, "What is a Jedi if not a space wizard?" In Star Wars, it's a space wizard, but in D&D, I would say every Jedi in D&D has at least 10 levels in Monk, and then they have a multi-class depending on the vibe of Jedi they are. So they might be like Monk Cleric, they might be Monk Wizard, they might be Monk Rogue.
I think Cleric and they
all have Sunblades.
Yes. I think Cleric by and large is the overarching vibe. That's where a lot of the magic comes from, I think. Somebody said Space Paladin. That's not bad. That's that divine kind of vibe.
Paladin, I hardly know a din.
You don't know a din?
Dude, did I tell you that I watched Hundreds of Beavers?
Yes.
It's so good.
I know. It's on my list. I gotta see it. I gotta watch it.
It's a fucking trip. It gets watching a movie that's an hour and a half long.
Yeah.
That doesn't have words, and is basically like a cartoon, but real life is your head like changes. Like you enter into a different mode. There's a moment where somebody says something towards the middle end of the movie, and it like was jarring because I was so used to the characters not talking and just going like
not speaking.
That's so like that kind of thing.
That's so dumb. That's so funny.
It's phenomenal. It's a really good movie. It's like genuinely one of the better movies I've seen in a while. I mean, it's not gonna change your life, but it's so good at trying to do what it's doing.
Love that energy.
Love that Hakase. Hakase, what you got for us today? This spell is intended to be a massive distraction. It's really high level to account for the range, AoE coverage of multiple targets, and the debuff of basically making targets blinded and less likely to be aware of their surroundings. Plus, it can be really fun for players to describe what is catching eyes. Maybe it's a theater performance, or a divine figure, or Joe Biden. Okay.
Joe Biden? Is that President Joe Biden? Could you imagine?
That would be fucking weird.
Just in your D&D game.
The way, you know what's crazy? Your description of it took up more words than the spell.
Yeah, it really did. That's really funny.
This is called Eye Catch. It's a 7th level enchantment spell. Self with a 120-foot radius. Concentration up to 10 minutes. You conjure a spectacle. I'm gonna burp soon. So enthralling, none can look away. Choose a number of creatures within range that can see you. Each creature must make a wisdom saving throw or treat all creatures beside you as invisible. And say, after the word and, say they. And they have disadvantage on all wisdom perception checks. The spell ends immediately if the affected creature takes damage, you make an attack, or you cast a spell that causes a creature to make a saving throw. So it makes them think everybody else disappears.
I was thinking this was going to overlap a lot with Hypnotic Pattern, and then it kind of didn't.
It's a very interesting one.
It is. I don't think it needs to be level 7, though.
It's a 120-foot radius.
I mean, that's...
It needs to be level 7.
Really big. That's really big. Okay. Yeah, okay. I went and compared it to Darkness.
I might even go so far as to say it should not be that big of a radius as level 7. I think that's too big of a radius.
I mean, if it's not that big of a radius,
let me
argue that it needs to be lower.
What if I describe this radius in other words? Because you know what this radius also is? 240 feet across.
It's big. It's big.
Too big.
I honestly think it's big enough that that doesn't play out in the fiction super well, right?
That's what I mean. It's overkill. I like hot chocolate, but I need some water in there.
I think, is that the length of a football field?
It's too big. If it's 60 feet, it's reasonable.
It is almost the length of a football field. Yeah, I think that's right. I think 60-foot radius. But again, I think 60-foot radius for limited blindness. Maybe not 7th level?
But it's not blindness.
Yeah, but it kind of is, right? Because these creatures, the creatures that are gaining the quote invisibility aren't actually invisible. So anyone not affected by this still sees them. Mm-hmm. A. B. Whoever is affected by this can see everything that's not the creature. So it's even a little bit less than blindness. And yeah, they're not getting a ton. It's going to be like advantage on an attack once, right? It's got good narrative potential, but I don't think that's so busted. I don't think that's quite this high of a level.
I think from a roleplay perspective, well, I mean, I the only reason I'm pushing back is because I think this is one of those ones where it really depends on how a dungeon master plays invisibility. For example, I don't even think I would, I think a lot of the time with invisible, you have disadvantage on attacks against invisible creatures, like if you know where they are. But other than that, you're just swinging at the wind, you know?
I mean, yes, but that is, I don't know, it just feels like not actually that limiting for how fragile this is. Like, if they get attacked once, it goes away. They're not, like, anyone who saves can still see everyone, right?
Maybe it's got, maybe I'd be down if it was a shorter limit. I feel like 10 minutes also just feels
10
like
minutes is long. 10 minutes
for
is
context,
long.
For context, Dylan says that at 7th level you can make 6 creatures invisible with the invisibility spell. But this is a little different than that because the thing is they're not invisible. So the idea is they can be fucked with at least once pretty badly, but they also are sort of unable to fuck with other things. Like making 6 creatures invisible is good, but the idea is if I make this work on you, everyone is invisible. So you can't see fucking anything.
Yeah, I mean that's a big deal for sure, or at least not any creatures. But
I think it's a neat idea.
It's only going to matter for one interaction, really, right?
I mean that depends on what happens on their turn.
Yeah.
You're assuming that they are going to take damage. Why?
And if they don't, I think that's good. But I think that if they're not taking damage, it's not actually that crazy broken. Because there's so many other ways
I don't think
to
I don't think it's broken at all. I just don't think it
Sure.
should be that much. I wouldn't make it that much lower. Like maybe 6th level, but certainly nothing lower than that.
No, I guess, do you see this as being meaningfully better than incapacitating them? Because incapacitation is hypnotic pattern is the 3rd level spell, 30-foot cube incapacitation. That isn't broken on damage.
A 30-foot cube is so much smaller than the radius of this.
We're also, first
even
of all,
if
you
you
and
cut
I
the
agree,
radius,
we gotta bring
even
the
if you
radius
cut the
down.
radius in half, it's still
Sure.
like 3 to 4 times bigger, and it's 10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. On those 2 points alone, that might be fine. I think the effect is not that much more substantial, but it is obviously much longer and twice the size.
I think it's very cool though. I like the vibe of it.
We're like arguing the fucking math because the spell is good. It's a good spell.
Yeah, it's a fun spell. I would accept it going down to 6th level if you adjusted a couple things in it. But I think overall, I think the idea of it's fun.
It's good. It's good. I like it. And I like spells that are like, maybe you could really dial in this kind of shit, and there's nuance there to consider, just because it generally means there's not like an active on fire problem, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the power that I see in it, the reason why I would give this a lot more power than something like Hypnotic Pattern is this feels like an encounter ender in a very real way that I feel like Hypnotic Pattern might not. Like Hypnotic Pattern is like, I'm going to take advantage of this situation. I feel like you could this is a button that gives you an out in a lot of different circumstances.
I mean, maybe in the 10 minutes. Yeah, I think that might be the thing, because 1 minute of incapacitation for a 30-foot cube strikes me as exactly half as powerful.
That's true. Hypnotic Pattern also requires the charmed condition, meaning that there's a shit ton of creatures that are resistant to it or just immune to it. This bypasses all of that.
True. That's a really good point. Yeah.
It's listen. We're not questioning. It's a cool idea. We just need you to make it less powerful. We need you to lower this radius, cut this time down. Cool.
But it's good.
It's a fun spell.
It's good. It's a fun spell.
I could very easily see somebody that was playing an illusion type wizard. I guess it's enchantment.
It's not for wizards.
Oh, that's so weird. Oh shit! It's okay.
It's bards. This is a bard spell.
This should be illusion, or it should charm them.
I agree. If it's not actually doing
if it's not actually doing a charmed effect, this should be illusion.
Yeah, I think that's right. Somebody just said, how does it compare to Enthrall?
Completely different spell.
Yeah,
but Enthrall makes everything invisible but you and the thing, right? So it's doing something similar.
It's charmed. First of all, charmed. On a failed save, the target has disadvantage on perception checks to perceive any other creature than you, and that's it. That's all.
Yeah,
it's just disadvantage on perception checks.
It's similar to what this spell is doing.
Vibing in the same way.
But it's one creature, minute long. It's pretty different. But it's similar. Listen, this is like the baby version.
Yeah.
No, I'm chatting with Patrick, my I don't know what I call you, my friend, collaborator, and dungeon master.
Bon vivant. Don't add wizards, is my opinion. Hakase.
No?
Wizards get everything. I like that this is a bard focused one.
If you make it, no, I disagree, man. Because enchantment wizards and illusion wizards exist. Why should they not get a powerful enchantment or illusion spell?
Because I don't like wizards that much is truly what it boils down to. That's it. That's a personal thing. That's all there is.
You don't like wizards that much? I thought you don't like sorcerers that much.
I also don't like sorcerers. Emily and I were talking about characters for the new season of Unbalanced Encounters, and we were listing all the classes, and we forgot wizard and sorcerer for 10 minutes.
That's funny. I'm going to be playing a wizard sorcerer.
Okay, cool. I'm not opposed to them. I just forget they exist.
I really like the idea of spellcasters because I think magic is really cool, like as a concept. But I really struggle with the choice paralysis of what spells I should learn. and what spells I should take. And then I don't love how, like, I like magic. I wish magic was more like the way that it works in Avatar, where it's like, here's an element you can control, and you can kind of do whatever you want with it, and you can figure out how to be creative with it. But I don't like knowing, okay, I have these 6 spells, and they are the solutions to my problems. It's why I end up going fighter and barbarian all the time, because it's like, I like thinking about it like, I have strength. That's the solution to my problems. And you know what?
Sure.
It's really fucking broad, so I can use it in a bunch of different ways. Like, in many ways, it almost makes it feel more open-ended, even though it's more, I don't know. Is that crazy? Am I being a crazy person?
No, you're absolutely not being a crazy person. It's so fucking fun to me. Cinder, you just want to play a different game.
No, but here's the thing. I don't know if I want to play a different game as
you might not only want to play a different game.
I might want to play a different game as a player. But I will also say, as a dungeon master, I love the way spells work, because it feels like they are tools that I can implement to create very specific circumstances. So
Absolutely.
there's an element of control that I really like about spells from the DM side of things. But when it comes to playing, well, it depends actually. If I'm playing a really dungeon crawly kind of monster mash game, if there's a lot of combat, I'm more into the way spells work. But the way that like we do unbalanced encounters, or most of my games go, where they end up being very story based, and there are big fucking crazy fights and stuff, but there's less battle map and more like we're trying to make this feel like an action movie than we're trying to make it feel like a battle map. It just they feel more limited.
It doesn't vibe the same way. To be fair, I think that's why the best actual plays and the best very narrative driven games tend to be either lower level or lower magic, because the magic system in D&D is hyper specific.
Did I tell you that I played a session of Daggerheart?
No, how did that go?
It was really fun. And
cool.
it did that. It did that. Like, I had powers. I had a power that was like, the whole power was basically, you can create an illusory duplicate of yourself. They take up physical space. They kind of look like whatever you want them to look like, but they look like you. And they can carry things for you walk around and talk and stuff. But like that was all it said. So it's like, okay, like it doesn't have hit points. It didn't tell you how strong it was. It was like, it was very open-ended in a way that I kind of was like, all right, I dig this. All right, let's see. This is Much Burb has for us. They mainly wanted to make
how much burb?
We'll see. They mainly wanted to make a fun, useful spell that would be used in social encounters. Yeah, I will say, playing kids on bikes was really, really fun for playing a game that was less focused on the mechanics. Yeah. But that being said, I will say that I really liked the game, and I really liked the story that we told, but I think I would get really annoyed with never being able to do cool magic stuff. Like, it's really a game that's designed for you to be kids. I want to be able to do cool magic stuff. So I liked the basic system, but I would want to be, like, if we had to play Stranger Things, I would want to be 11. I'd want to be the kid with the crazy nosebleeds and melting stuff. I don't want to just be the kid that's like, hey, I figured out how to tie a Walkman to a thing and I scared the monster. I gotta fuck that shit. I don't need to be that.
Yeah, man. No, 100%. Honestly, the Kids on Brooms exists. There's lots of games out there, and they're fun. Somebody said Kids on Brooms at the same time I said Kids on Brooms. Thank you, Spud.
I didn't know what that was. I never knew that was a thing.
It's a Kids on Bikes hack that is specifically, hey, what if the kids got big magic powers?
But is the world big magic or just the kids?
I don't know. I've only played a very little
I want it to just be the kids. I don't want the world to be magic. Just me.
I'm into that.
Anyway, this spell is called Delicious-ify.
That's a good name.
Say it.
Delicious-ify.
That's a hard word to say, isn't it?
Delicious-ify.
Delicious-ify. Somebody, I was doing a show with, I was doing something with, what's his name? From Devin from Start Playing Games. And I had to read like a paragraph out loud. And afterwards he was like, you're very good at reading out loud. And I was like, I actually am terrible at it, but I have to do it all the time. So maybe I'm okay at it.
Practice. Practice.
It's a second level spell. It takes 5 minutes to cast. 5 minutes. What a strange casting time. Normally, in our game of D&D, the amount of time a spell takes to cast is a moment, like an action or a bonus action or a reaction, or it is a minute, which is a minute, or it's 10 minutes, or it's an hour.
And a minute is 10 rounds. 10 minutes is 100 rounds. An hour is 600 rounds.
And the bigger, the more important, yes, that is all true. So it's much more easy to calculate. But beyond that, Patrick, I'm going to say something to you that you say to me sometimes.
Yeah.
Let's take a step back. But what's the, like, but like, you know, like, we don't need to worry about it in terms of the numbers if there's an issue in terms of the feel. And here's my argument. How often, what different feelings do you need for how long it takes a spell to cast? I would argue instant, a little bit of time, a medium bit of time, a lot of time. We have all of those.
And maybe like a prohibitively long amount of time.
But we have all of those.
Yeah,
we have instant, minute, 10 minutes, hour. We don't, so make it a 10 minutes. It lasts 6 hours. I'd make it last 8. 6 hours is also weird. It last 8 or 24 hours. 8 or 24. 8 or 24.
Yeah, 100%.
Second level. What
This is very much that kind of thing where it's like when you have a video game, Baldur's Gate's notorious for this. When you have a video game that can track incredibly nuanced amounts of time, it's trivial to be like, oh, this feels a little powerful. Let's tune this down by like 30 seconds or a minute or whatever. In D&D, you do not have the benefit of a computer doing all your thinking for you. So you want to limit the number of timers that you have to have running in somebody's head. And part of the way that you do that is by limiting the variance in how long things take and how long things last. So doubling down, 10 minutes, 8 hours. I mean, we haven't read the spell yet, so I might adjust those numbers.
Let's see.
Yeah.
You enchant up to 5 pieces of food, magically enhancing their taste to supernatural degrees. I think you could just say magically enhancing their taste. The supernatural degrees is made clear in the magical enhancing. The food remains enchanted in this way for the spell's duration, but goes bad as soon as the spell ends. Interesting. Does that mean I could, like, dispel it? You can offer a piece of food to any creature physically capable of eating it. There's a lot of extra words here. Just say you can offer a creature a piece of food to eat. In fact, you don't even need to say that. Just say the second part. Any creature that eats a piece of the food must make a wisdom saving throw. Yeah, just say that. Literally, you don't need this. This is something that you can just decide to do as a player because you are playing D&D. If a creature succeeds on the save, it only perceives the food as outstandingly good, but is unaware of its magical effects. If it fails the save, it is charmed by you for the remaining duration of the spell or until you or companions do anything harmful to it. When the spell ends, any creature affected by it knows it was charmed by you. Okay,
it's Hyper Friends.
It's too much.
Hyper Friends.
It's too much.
We're hitting friend levels that shouldn't even be possible, Cinder.
It's too much. It's too much. 5 pieces of food is too much. Here's how you make this reasonable. Make it take 10 minutes to cast it. Allow you to make it 1 piece of food. Make it do all the rest. Creature consumes it as to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yep.
Make it last 8 hours instead of 6. And then let them remake the saving throw every hour. That's what I would do. Or also if they take damage or anything else.
I think I might not let them make the saving throw every hour. I might just make it the damage thing.
Because
Or maybe even damage nullifies it immediately. Right? Like as soon as you do damage to it,
damage ends it immediately. I think damage or anything harmful. I also think that I might want to make clear because the thing is, right now, this is, I would argue, much more powerful than the suggestion spell, which is also a second-level spell that lets you control people.
I'd agree.
So
I think it is much more powerful.
So I think you got to think about, so the question that I would ask is, does this spell need to exist in the first place?
I kind of like it.
Because the suggestion spell exists, and Charm Person and stuff like that exists. Should it exist here as a second-level spell? And is it doing enough to merit its own existence right now? Because it sits basically, it's very Venn diagram on top of other spells.
It is. I think the one thing that it does that is very different, that is worth calling attention to, is the sort of disjointed hitbox between the casting and the effect. The ability to create a piece of food that you have on hand could give to another player to then distribute, could slip in surreptitiously into a dining hall. All of those things are not just very powerful from a mechanical perspective, they're incredibly powerful from a storytelling perspective.
So
I think that's worth something in and of its own
no,
right.
that's a good point. So with that in mind, if I would probably lean into what you said.
Yeah.
You make the saving throw once, and then you have to make it again if bad things happen.
Yeah.
Make it last 8 hours. I would make the piece of food keep its magical potency for maybe 24 hours.
That seems right.
And I would make it a 3rd level spell.
I agree with literally all of those things. I want to float something. This might bump it to a 4th level spell, but ritual cast.
It's too close to mind control for that, I think.
You think so?
Yeah.
Because it is Saber Suck, and it's 10 minutes of cast time minimum, right?
Yeah, but it's a third. But yes, but also everything you just said earlier. You cast it, you have it. You can give it to someone else. You can be so far away from this spell when it has its effect.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Okay, no, that's fair. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. I mean, I might argue that if you made it ritual cast, I wouldn't have a problem bumping it to 4th or even 5th level. I think that for this to be like a max level ranger spell is potentially really interesting.
Yeah.
But I'm prepared to be shouted down on that. I feel like when I want to make something a ritual spell, my question that I always ask is, am I okay with players having access to this forever? Because that's what it comes down to. Ritual casting means I can cast it infinitely so long as I have 10 minutes. Here's what you could potentially do
and I just don't,
to turn that around.
Yeah.
And again, we're getting into my headcanon about this spell, which is not what the author necessarily intended, and I want to acknowledge that. If you wanted to make it ritual, you could get rid of the non-perception on a save. If the creature succeeds on a save, it only perceives the food as outstandingly good, but is otherwise unaware of its magical effects. Scratch that. If the creature succeeds on the save, it becomes aware of the fact that that the food was attempting to charm it.
I like that too. I think that would also be good to have on it. I think that could make sense. I don't know if I like that. I still don't know if I like it as a ritual. I don't know. Just because it's so cheesable. Like if it's a ritual, like this is my thought process. If it's a ritual, we start our day. Hey guys, before we start our day, while everyone's doing stuff, I'm going to take an hour and I'm going to cast this 5 times or however many times I can cast it.
Sure.
That's too much, I think.
I mean, if you're taking an hour out of your day to do it and it only lasts a day and each piece is save or suck, and on a save, they totally know what happened.
Yeah.
That feels like some downside. Potentially.
Yeah, but
I'm less worried about it stacking 5 times, right?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Right, I accept.
Think about it like this: how many times are adventurers in a wagon for a day?
I have no idea.
All
Not
the fucking
often
time.
in my
all the
games,
time.
But that's
all
fair.
the time.
Sure.
A player having an hour of casual downtime a day is easy.
Yeah. Absolutely.
No,
I feel you. There's lots of arguments against. Like I said, I'm prepared to be shouted down on that.
No,
one.
I think it's a really cool idea. It's just way too strong right now, but I think it's a really cool idea. I thank you much, Burb.
Delicious-ify.
Delicious-ify.
Also, if you want anybody to ever pronounce that name, you might want to reconsider because that is a tricky name.
As a streamer, you have like infinite homebrew items. Do you ever use them in game? What do you mean? Do you mean other people's homebrew? Do you mean I have infinite homebrew items because people submit them for homebrew?
I think he means that, or they mean that you have infinite homebrew items because you're an eldritch entity that exists off of homebrew items, right?
Oh, that makes sense. No, I think they mean that I think they're implying that I get access to all of these homebrew items. I'm gonna say 2 things. I'm gonna say 2
there's no
things.
database.
I'm gonna say 2 things. I just this is pulling behind the curtain a little bit here. I never go back to any of these forums when I'm done with them. I don't have time or really interest to, on my own, go through and explore these pieces. And quite frankly, if I wanted to use Homebrew that somebody used here, where I would go to look for it would either be in our Discord, where there are places where people submit Homebrew, or at this point, there are a handful of people in the community that stand out to me as brewers, and I would literally just hit them up in Discord and be like, hey, you know, Blanker Flankle, can you give me a subclass? I feel like you have a cool subclass, but I wouldn't even, you know, I wouldn't ask them to make something for me. But yeah, no. I would use these just as much as you. My guess is you guys are using the Homebrew that we look on the stream more than I am. I like using my own Homebrew. I also don't... I like making very bespoke Homebrew for my games. So a lot of the Homebrew I make, I don't think would be good Homebrew for everyone, but it works really well for my game. What if I share the link of the forum so you could use it? Nah. That's not really... There's a handful of reasons why not, but the main reason is nah.
That's just not the move. There's so much Homebrew.
Yeah. Also, I want to be able to ask questions in the forum that I might not want to share publicly, and it collects information in terms of, like, I don't know. I just feel like I just don't... I'd rather just know that it's a thing that I look at once and then delete. I don't need it to be something that other people have access to. This is Phoenix. You asked for non-damaging spell. Here it is.
Hey, fucking, here's your non-damaging spell, kid. Fucking get out of my office.
Also, legitimately, most of these people are posting their Homebrew also in my Discord, and you can just skim through it really quickly, and you can also see people's comments to decide if, like, you're into it or not.
Good, yeah. The Eternal Sphere. Cleric and Druid, huh?
This is the Phoenix's Eternal Sphere. Yeah, only clerics and druids. No sorcerers.
Listen.
No warlocks.
Two classes, 8th level spell,
No
2 sentences.
bards.
What are we getting into here?
Concentration up to an hour is what we're getting into here, with a casting time of a minute, range 30 feet. A 20-foot diameter sphere of warm, rejuvenating fire appears within range, preventing death to those in its flames. Creatures in the sphere are immune to all damage and cannot deal damage.
Bruh. An hour? An hour? With a minute casting time?
So here's what's interesting about this. First of all, I think you need to change the way you're wording it. I would probably make this like, I would probably say something like, a 20-foot diameter sphere of warm, rejuvenating light appears in a 20, don't say 20 diameter, say 10-foot radius.
Yeah.
And then I would say from a point you can see within range. I think you need to clarify the point you can see. But also,
Absolutely.
And I think preventing damage from those in its flames is just confusing. So I would probably not say that sentence. And then I would probably say any creatures within the sphere, and then I would just say the last part.
Yeah.
I think it's fine. It's a little
It's actually
weird.
not busted.
No, it's not busted at all because nothing is forcing creatures in there. They can just walk out.
Or in, theoretically.
Yeah.
Yeah. I checked Tiny Hut just to kind of ground my expectations, and that is an 8-hour duration with a minute cast
casting, I
time.
believe. No,
1
1
minute.
minute? Oh, 1 minute.
And it's ritual, and it's only 3rd level. So, yeah, this seems fine. Might honestly be slightly high level.
I think it's a little bit. I think it's fine for being an 8th level spell, considering how what's the word I'm looking for? How like final it is.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah.
it's just poof. I
might up the diameter. Frankly,
I was gonna say
10-foot
I
radius?
might also include a saving throw to allow creatures to leave or to enter or something.
There are a lot of spells that do that already, though. Magic Circle comes to mind.
Yeah.
I honestly think it's more.
I think it's fun.
Yeah, I think it's more interesting if it's bigger. Frankly.
Yeah, it's much more interesting if it's bigger. Here's what I would do. Here's what I would do. I would make it a 60-foot radius, 120 feet across, which is huge, and I would make it a 9th level spell.
I think that's right. That seems right to me.
I would make it big enough that I could fit like a city block in it, or like a whole like a castle in it or something like that, and I would make it
Yeah.
a 9th level spell.
Yeah, I think that's right, and I think that makes it. You put that, like, first of all, it's really big from a player perspective, but you also put it back in the GM's hands so that, like, the GM could just have this permanently running over top of a castle, right?
And
Like
it's
that kind
not
of thing.
unstoppable. It could be dispelled. You can
Sure.
still do a bunch of fucked up shit inside of it. You know?
Absolutely.
I could still polymorph you into a slug and put you in a jar. It's a good one. It's an interesting one. I like it. I think it's fun. Phoenix.
Yeah, I like it a lot. There's another spell that's kicking around in the back of my head that I don't know if I don't think it's a real spell. I think it's Homebrew I came across once, but it was basically like a parlay, which was like a saving throw against your spell save DC. If they fail, they can't deal damage to you, and you can't deal damage to them.
That's an interesting one too.
Yeah. There's a lot of political implications for all of those, like, mutual amnesty situations. I think it's a cool space.
Yeah, the nobody can hurt anybody else is really good for, like, political negotiations, but it's also really good for, like, asserting dominance in a way that you want. Like, imagine this. Imagine a character, like you have an encounter going on.
Yeah.
Where your heroes are in the middle of, like, a scrap in, like, a city block. There's, like, a riot happening or something like that.
Yeah.
And imagine a character, whether they are a city watchman that's, like, super powerful, or the evil tyrant. It could be either. Casting this down and being like, stop, enough. Everybody go home.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just ending this fight.
Yeah, that's really good. That's really
Yeah.
fun. I also, somebody said, like, rocks fall in a cavern, right? Like a cave in. You're just like, no, we're going to survive.
Yeah.
It's cool. I like it.
Luke. I grew up with a
Cinder.
guy named Luke. Yes.
Yep. I was going to say that you're probably his father. Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
Hate
the
for you
amount
to
of
find out
people
this
who
way, but
there's a lot of people that don't know that I'm their dad.
that's true.
I want to able to give the aristocrat a sort of knowledge on where things are going before they actually happen. Like sort
Not
of
sure what an
primitive
aristocrat
instinct.
is.
An aristocrat is a wealthy person that wears a little
Yeah, but-
frilly necktie and
Yeah, but what
let
is
them eat
the-
cake.
What is the aristocrat?
Perhaps we could have some poached owl. I feel like aristocrats eat poached owl.
Probably. That seems right.
No, this is the wrong word. The wrong word is being used here. Was reading it.
Cool.
Like sort of some sort of primitive instinct that can gain them advantage over other players. My guess is English is not this person's first language, or they
Sure.
wrote this sentence really haphazardly on their phone or something.
Let's take a look.
That's my guess. Let's take a look at this thing. This is called Pythagorean theorem.
Is it indeed?
Okay, I'm going to say that you might not play D&D.
Hold on. What was the description of this? Did we click the right thing?
I thought we did.
What was the description?
I want to give the aristocrat a sort of knowledge on where things are going before they actually happen,
Yeah.
like
No.
sort of
Yeah.
primitive.
Sure. Yeah. No. That's right. This would be that. Okay.
Okay, so the first question that I have is, what is a 12th level power?
No idea.
What does that mean?
Components awareness. I wonder if this is Pathfinder stuff.
Well, let's see what it does. And we'll see if we
Sure.
can figure out what the fuck this is.
Yeah.
Why is there something so at the bottom? What is going on? What is the formatting here? This is so weird.
We're in new territory.
All right, well, let's see what's going on.
We're gonna have to do our best.
Range within sight. Casting time instant. So all of this stuff is not D&D. So casting time in D&D is an action, a bonus action, a reaction, instantaneous, 1 minute, 10 minutes, you need to say. So instant is, I guess, okay. Range within sight, that is also sort of fine. Until end of turn, also fine. 12th level power doesn't make any sense. Also, components awareness doesn't make any sense. Components in D&D are material, somatic, and verbal. Meaning, do I need to talk? Do I need to move my fingers? Or do I need to have a special object? When any object is in motion or about to start motion, you know the arc and direction where it is going. Gain advantage on evasion rolls on said objects. This is just for a game that isn't D&D, I think, is what's happening here. I think somebody just gave me some feedback for something that's not D&D. I mean, this exists in D&D. I'll tell you what, there's a D&D feature that does this.
Sense.
It's called Danger Sense, and it is a feature that barbarians get. It's a second-level feature, and they have advantage on any dexterity saving throws against things they can see.
Yeah. This is why I was asking about the aristocrat, because that was mentioned in a way that suggested that the aristocrat was a class. Right.
Oh, maybe it is a class in some other game.
What's it say all the way at the bottom? I don't know that it matters,
says
but I'm curious.
here's something randomly written at the bottom of the page, and I've written it in a smaller font.
Yeah.
Let's see. It says whenever
Yeah,
when any attacks are coming your way, you know the arc and direction of them gain advantage on
another way of writing the same thing. It's just a leftover note. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. This is basically just danger sense. Barbarians get this at what, 4th level?
Second level.
Second level.
But yeah, I would say the most important thing if you want to make a feature for D&D is you should make sure you're making it for D&D. This seems like it's made for something else. Also, you don't need like any of these things. Like, is this a spell? I don't really understand. That's my like danger sense.
Somebody said it might be 4E, which is entirely possible. I've never homebrewed anything for 4E. I haven't played 4E in over a decade, so I don't really remember how it works. Luke, we're not saying that you need to use danger sense. We're just saying that if you're playing 5E, there are ways to get effectively this. You should write it in the same way that danger sense is written, because they have the technical language for.
But also, like, what are you trying to make here? Is this supposed to be a spell, a magic item, or a feat? I'm not really sure, because it doesn't really read like any of them. Maybe it's supposed to be a spell, but 12th level power doesn't mean anything from that, because spells only go up to 9th level in D&D.
I think 4E is correct. I think 4E is right. I just looked it up, and it looks like powers go up much higher than 9th level in 4E. Yeah, so, 30.
Yeah, you might be just using a different. You might be using 4E, which I don't know and have played 3 times. So if that's the case, do whatever you want. But if you want to make it work for D&D 5E, I would look up the way that spells and abilities work in D&D 5E. And most of the time in D&D 5E, the way that they work is your components are either material, somatic, or verbal, or some combination. And what that is saying is what the character needs to be able to do to cast the spell. So if it's verbal, they need to be able to speak. If it's somatic, they need to be able to move their hands. If it's material, they need to be able to use their arcane focus or their component pouch or whatever the object is. And then the other thing that's pretty important that's missing here is how do we cast this spell if it's a spell? So every spell in D&D needs a casting time outside of just instant. Instant is how long it takes to cast it. But we still need to know if it's a action to cast it, a bonus action to cast it, or a reaction to cast it. And you don't have any of that here. So I'm not exactly sure. The way that it's written, it sort of seems like it's intended to be a reaction. So the way that you would write that is you would say, the way that I would say it is probably something like, you can track the trajectory of moving objects whenever you would need to make a dexterity saving throw before the start of your next turn, or you get advantage on this dexterity saving throw, or something like that. But that's the main thing. The main thing is that you got to think about not just what you want it to do, but how does that enter the game? So it needs to have an action, reaction, bonus action, and then also evasion rolls are just not a thing in D&D. That doesn't mean anything
in 5e. They were a thing in 3.5. I think they were a thing in 4. I'm 90% sure this is written for 4e. I just looked up a bunch of stuff. 12th level power. I think the component system makes sense. All of this, honestly, might be super sound within the language and structure of 4e. We
okay. Well, there you go.
Know.
If you're playing D&D 4e, then this might be great.
Maybe. Big asterisk. Caveat. We have no idea. We're not qualified.
Do you know what my experience with 4e is?
Yep.
I started playing in 4e.
Yep.
I played like 3 sessions in 4e.
Yeah.
And then we switched to 5e. And I understood the game so little that I didn't know that we switched.
So funny. Also, you probably were pretty super early level, which like the differences don't stack,
Yeah.
super early. Also, the last time I played 4E, I was 15. This was almost 2 decades ago. 4E is a very old game now.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time.
I would check what edition you're using, and if you're using 4E, maybe that's awesome. But if you're using 5E, you should probably try to stick to the structure of the rules for D&D 5E. The D&D editions don't mix well. They might be good from
they
like
don't interact
taking
together at
ideas,
all.
but the gameplay is different. The game mechanics don't. They just use different rules.
Honestly, I'd push back hard on the assertion that you could take ideas from one to the other, maybe in the loosest of terms, but like if you're taking something from 3.5 to 5, which I would argue are probably the two closest systems to one another, you've still got to treat it like you're taking something from One Piece to 5e.
Yes,
They're
yes.
Just
let me
not
read
the same.
Yeah, let me clarify that statement. I think you can take the flavor of stuff
Sure.
from the other editions and
Yeah.
use that for inspiration, but the mechanics, you always have to think about the context of where they sit in the game they come from versus your game. So you might see a mechanic in 3.5 that does a really good job of like creating a sense of tension, but it interacts with like some feature that the game no longer has. But you could think about, what is this doing to make tension? And is there a version of that in 5e? And if there is, could I take the idea of this feature and apply it to that? And would it add tension there? Like, you can extrapolate those, but you do have to take those extra translation steps. Anyway, Luke, thank you very much for sharing.
Also, no 4E hate in this chat. 4E was a pretty good game. It was very different. It was very different.
I had a
It was
great
very
time.
different.
I really
But
liked
was fun.
it.
Yeah.
I really liked it. You're welcome, Luke. I hope you keep making homebrew, and I hope that you're having fun D&D. And I'm gonna end this, not end this, but the final thing I'll say to you about your homebrew piece is that if you are making homebrew for your friends in your home game, you're doing the right thing.
You're
Keep
doing
that.
great. You're doing absolutely
Don't stop making homebrew for your friends. It's like the most fun. It's way better
Yeah.
than making it for the public. Fuck the public.
Fuck the public. 20 Thought says, I hear 4E combat was pretty nice tactically. Yeah, I mean, it was basically a war game. It gave that the thing that everybody always complains about. Hey, marshals don't level up and scale the way that the casters do. It just gave marshals that level of complexity.
Yeah,
and
they had moves
intricacy.
and stuff.
And it was very tactical. The whole thing was meant to be played with minis. The game almost required you play with minis. Very different from 3.5, very different from 5e, but not bad, just very different.
The thing that I remember about it the most is there was a pretty core component to the game that was interacted with in all sorts of ways, where you could essentially place an area of effect and then move it around. And there were a whole bunch of different abilities that allowed you to do that, and then ones that it would almost be like if every single character in D&D got Moonbeam, and it could be used in a bunch of different ways, and then because everybody had features that had to do with Moonbeam, including the monsters, they all had also ways that can interact with the way the movement moves and stuff. Like, that was a whole aspect of the game that I don't think you could have. That was like important enough that if you weren't using it, you were like definitely missing out on a lot of powers. But if you weren't using a map, it would be like almost impossible to do anything with. We have Klathos. That's a cool name. Klathos could be I think Klathos would be the name of a planet on Star Trek.
I agree. A pretty cool one too. Not one of those B-roll fucking planets, you know.
Klathos would be this is Klathos. Klathos is a planet that would either seem very militaristic, but then be revealed to be like they're just artists and they just like that aesthetic or something, or the opposite, where they seem really like cool and like utopia, but then you realize like the electricity comes from like baby tears or something.
No. Oh no, Klathos, you better not.
They might. Having a magic item / spell that encourages the goal is to have a magic item / spell that encourages exploration and creativity. I've been reading up on the Akalabeth Ultima, don't know what that is, and that is one of the spells available. Well, still don't really know what that is. It could also be seen like the Ascend ability from TOTK. Well,
that is the Ascend ability from Tears of the Kingdom, and I do know what that is.
Well, that's great, because I don't understand any of those references. I did play Tears of the Kingdom and beat it. I know that Patrick really hated Breath of the Wild, but he felt like Tears of the Kingdom did a good job of, like, fleshing out the gameplay. He felt like it was pretty lackluster.
Your whole bloodline.
No, I'm just kidding.
I will find your
Patrick,
eldritch origin.
Okay, I take it back. I can't gaslight other people. I can only gaslight on my own behalf. Patrick really likes Zelda. He really likes all of those games. He really likes the aesthetic. But if I recall correctly, you much prefer Breath of the Wild to Tears of the Kingdom, correct?
Yes, and I honestly think that in like now that we're about a year out from it releasing, pretty much everybody feels the same. I think everybody like finally finished it and realized it was kind of a general letdown, and it was not as hype as it should have been.
Am I not putting new names on the list? No, we're putting new names on the list.
The Ascend ability is cool though, so I'm curious what this is going to be like. The Ascend ability was it was super cheesable, so we'll see how we do.
Lobo, did I not put you on the list? Who was the last person? Nova. Did they leave? Right,
Lobo and Pixie palettes are both.
You're getting on the list. Boop. All right, now we're gonna do Klathos. Let's see what you got for us. This is called Ladder Up, Ladder Down.
I don't know why you read that like you were on the Blue Collar Comedy Tour. Ladder down.
Ladder down. I would do well on that tour.
Yeah, probably. I think you'd elevate the humor a little bit and get a little highbrow, you know?
A couple of those guys are legit, incredibly funny, eloquent people, and they're just good at the character that they play.
That's just the bit.
The guy, the Getter Done. Have you ever heard the Getter Done guy talk?
Yeah.
As a normal person.
Yeah, a couple of times. Yeah.
Because that's not his voice.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
It's kind of crazy, right? Okay.
All television is artifice.
Yeah, but all artificers are boring. This is a ladder. It's ladder spell. First level transmutation spell. Cool. Casting time 1 action, range touch, duration 1 minute. Description: you touch a ladder, and it extends either up to 30 feet up or 30 feet down, your choice, for the duration of the spell. The ladder is incorporeal to the ceiling, ground, or floor and extends through them both. The ladder, however, cannot extend through lead, more than one ceiling. What does that mean? Or more than one floor.
So you can't go through more than 2 structures?
But what's a floor? Like, what if it's one of those houses that has, like, insulation? Like, what if you have crawl space between floors?
The way that you want to do this is you want to look at some of the spells that, I swear to God, I think Detect Thoughts might be one of them. There are a couple that have, like, can't go through, like, an inch of iron or, like, 10 feet of wood, right?
Yeah, there's words for it.
And you could just add the word cumulative somewhere in there so that every time it's going through a foot thick chunk of wood, it's adding another floor effectively.
Yeah.
That's how
it
I
has
would
5 hit points, and it ends early if it drops to 0. I think that's fine. You can end the spell early using an action to grab hold of either end of the ladder and restating the verbal component. When the spell ends, the ladder returns to its normal size. Any creature in a solid object when the spell ends. Why would a creature be in a solid object?
Because
I see what's happening here. But here's the thing. Let me ask you a question. Does this spell allow creatures to travel through walls? I'm not asking you if it's supposed to. I'm asking if it does.
All right, let me see.
Because I would argue it does not. I think the ladder goes through stuff, but people don't.
While the spell lasts, any creature touching the ladder can move through solid
I
objects.
see. I totally missed that. I totally missed that sentence. I'm sorry. I got lost in the sauce of the sentence. It's fine.
All good. All good.
This is too strong. This is too strong. Also, this shouldn't be a spell.
That's interesting. It could be a magic item.
It literally is. It's built like a magic item. It requires a literal ladder. You have to touch the ladder and say a thing, and then it shoots a thing, and then you can touch the ladder and say a thing again to pick it up. That's a magic item. That's not a spell. That's a magic item.
That is a magic item.
So this is so you've made a magic item. It's a cool magic item. I think that you have to keep in mind how powerful this is. There is a spell that does this. It is a 5th level spell.
Interesting.
It is called Pass Wall.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
this, I think, is more powerful than it may be.
Yeah,
or at least,
'cause it's
at the very
bigger.
least, it's as powerful as it. But I would argue it might be more. So this is a 1st level spell.
Yep.
Also doesn't require concentration. So if I were you, I don't think this works as a spell at first level.
Pass Wall also doesn't require concentration, just to throw it out there.
Okay, I accept. But it's also much bigger in terms of its level. So I think in order for this to work, it's got to be higher than a 1st level spell. I don't think you should require a ladder. I think you should just be able to summon one.
Well, I think if it's not a magic item, it's just Pass Wall. Because Pass Wall is, I mean, it's honestly so much better than Pass Wall. Pass Wall, for 5th level, gets you a 5-foot wide by 8-foot tall by 20-foot deep hole. That's A, 10-foot shorter. B, doesn't allow creatures to phase through. It just creates a hole.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so this is basically, so this is completely busted as a spell. You shouldn't make this a spell. This is a magic item. And I would also say it's probably very rare.
Yeah,
and
it's a good magic item, but it's powerful.
It's very rare, and I think it has limited use.
Yeah. I would also say, the language for looking at, things around floors and stuff, I would, still constrain it to, like, depths of things instead of just number of ceilings and number of floors. I think Fluffcopter said, like, what's a floor messes up half the spell in the game. I don't think it's an issue here. Look at Teleportation Circle. Teleportation Circle doesn't talk about floors. Teleportation Circle doesn't talk about number of floors. And Pass Wall does talk about floors, where it says such as a wall, ceiling, or floor, and then gives extremely explicit numbers as to how big the thing can be.
Yeah, just copy Pass Wall then.
Pretty much.
Yep. So, it's a neat idea. It's just completely busted as a spell. It should be a magic item and a pretty
power
tricky
level
one.
perspective. Yeah, it's
a cool
very,
idea.
very good.
A ladder that lets you climb through walls is fun.
Yeah.
You could fuck up a dungeon with that.
I'm so curious as to how much they were influenced by Ascend being basically the first thing that you get in Tears of the Kingdom, making that feel like, oh, that should be like a 1st level spell because it's very core to a thing, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if that was your thought process, but one could assume, and it's a great example of, like, not all of the mechanical things translate across mediums, right? Like, that is a very closed ecosystem that's been designed for that to be a primary way of getting around, and D&D ain't that, and so you gotta fuss with the numbers a little bit.
Yeah. Just because something is this is something that I think will actually come up. So Patrick, on Wednesday of next week. Also, all of you, keep a lookout. I'm going to be posting on YouTube and on Discord probably tomorrow or Sunday about this. But on Wednesday of next week, we are doing a special themed homebrew review day, and it is subclasses based on characters from Super Smash Bros.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
And that is one of those things where there are some moves that you can do in Smash that might be really powerful in Smash, but might not feel as powerful in D&D. So in terms of where you're allocating the power of those features, you're not, like, for example, I don't think you should immediately assume, okay, because this is, like, the best combo for Falcon, it's got to be the way it works in the game for D&D.
I hope not, because there's no way that translates, because the way you win Smash is by pushing someone off a ledge, and that might be how you win Baldur's Gate, but it's not how you win D&D.
So the other thing that I want to say is, so it's like, it's part of that, the challenge is not just trying to make it feel like it represents the feeling of that character, but also doing it in a way that it would work in a D&D game. Like, for any, like, doing it in a way that, like, that somebody could use it in my game and they'd have fun using it. And whether or not they liked Pikachu or Kirby or whatever.
Sure. Sea Slug Wizard asks, does that include DLC characters? And I am going to strongly urge you to yes, include DLC.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's gonna include all characters. I haven't played every Smash game.
All playable characters.
All playable characters. I haven't played every Smash game, but the only thing that I'm gonna ask of people is I want them to tell me which character it's based off of and what version of the game it is, because I want to...
Oh, that's a good idea.
Because I maybe want to look up, like, the YouTube intro of that character for that version of the game before I read them, just to like sort of ground myself, or so that we can know this. Because the other thing is, if you're making Pikachu, I don't want you to make it based off Pikachu the Pokemon. I want you to make it off of Pikachu from Smash Bros.
Character.
So
That's very cool.
So what can Pikachu do? He can shoot the lightning down. He can have the bouncy lightning go over. He can do other like poof, head bash. Like that's that version of Pikachu, not Pikachu from the show. So that's the vibe. If you're doing same with any of the characters, if you're doing Samus, if you're doing Snake, if you're doing Steve from Minecraft or whatever, it is the versions of them. It's the versions of them from Smash Bros.
Yes, that's a cool concept. That's
Wednesday.
Fun.
That's Wednesday of next week.
All right. Putting it on my calendar.
Alrighty, cool. Thank you, Kathos, Klathos, for your ladder of down up.
I really like the goal. I think that's very fun.
I think it's a cool item. I think it feels like an item, not a spell. That's the main feedback.
Yeah. I think that's right. Also, that is so useful of a note. Is just like, if you design something and it's totally busted on a power curve for the thing that you've designed it as, you built a feat, maybe it needs to be a spell, right? You built a spell, maybe it needs to be a magic item. There's a lot of balance that happens in how hard it is for a player to get or use that specific thing, and you can take advantage of that.
Just another guy says, can we group them all for people that did a specific character? I think in order for me to do that, there is a way I could do that, but it would be really tedious. What I could do is, in the form, I could have a section where I just have a drop-down menu and every character is listed, so you pick which one it's based off of. But then do that. You think I should? But there's so many Smash Bros. Across every game.
I guess if you're gonna do every game, that's huge. Never mind. Yeah, if you're gonna do every game, that's like 200 things.
It's too many characters. It's too many.
No, you're right. I was thinking just Smash Ultimate, which is actually, now that I say that out loud, I think still 50 characters.
I think what I could do is I could have a thing where they could write the name of the character, and I could still filter it that way. And assuming they just wrote the name normally, it would work.
It'll be close. Yeah, it'll be close. That seems right.
Yeah, that's the way we'll do it.
Cool.
Okay.
Also, Samus Paladin, that's fucking
sick. Samus Paladin is a great idea.
Ranged smites? Hell yeah.
Yeah, if I was a larger content creator and I had like people that I could pay, that's the thing that I would do.
100%. Sea-Slug, Ultimate does have every character, but not every move set is identical.
Yeah, they're different across different games.
Not often hugely, but sometimes. And so it's like, if you play Melee Falco, that's going to be a little different from Ultimate Falco.
They are enough different that if I acted like they weren't, I would hear about it.
Oh, fuck. What a cool idea. Sea Slug Wizard just said Ice Climbers Warlock, Otherworldly Patron, the Ice Twin, and it has to be a 2-player character. You have to both be each other's Warlock Patron.
That is a funny idea. That's a wild one.
That's so good.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm excited for it.
That's so hectic.
And I think we're gonna end up doing more things like that because it's fun basing stuff off of fiction and seeing people do it. The other idea that that Tradosio suggested, because it's what they're doing, is making characters based off of Overwatch characters.
Overwatch, I think, would translate actually a little bit tighter than Smash because the win conditions are pretty similar. You're doing damage as opposed to like a knockback thing.
I think both do, though. They both have that vibe, though. You have 4 things. Yeah. You have 4 moves.
Sure,
you know?
Sure. So that's gonna be your roughly 4 subclass features.
Yeah, maybe we'll do Overwatch next or some other game.
We'll see how Smash goes.
I let people vote, and they voted for Smash. The other option was League of Legends, and I was glad that didn't win because I've never played League of Legends.
So many heroes. Nobody would have any. There's like 100 heroes in League of Legends.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This is a player-inspired piece I made for a little campaign I'm running.
Okay,
this is from our Dear Dawn.
Dear Dawn.
Not Dusk.
No, fuck Dusk.
Not Twilight.
Fuck a Twilight.
Not Twilight 2, New Moon.
150 champs in League. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so maybe we won't do that one. This is called Musher Ball Soup. First of all, that's an amazing name.
That's really good.
I don't know what the goal of that name is, but let me just say what that name makes me feel, because I do want to point out when I think we talked. I talked about this. I talked about this a lot on stream. I've talked to you about this, Patrick, before. But
Yeah.
there's sort of like, I think there's probably 3 or 2 ways to think about writing in terms of like what your goals should be. And one of the things that I'm judging, one of the things, or rather, there's a bunch of ways that you're affected by writing. And one of the ways that I think you're affected by writing is if people are using good sentence structure and good grammar to evoke the right pace, that you are feeling the right pace as you read it.
Sure, absolutely.
And then the other one is the right words, so that you are feeling the right feelings.
Yep.
And Musher Ball is a phrase that that's not a real word. None of us know that word. It is a made up word. But that word feels like something. Like that feels like I see Musher Ball soup and I am taken to a weird little fey grove. Like it puts me in the right mind space. So whenever you're writing, you should be thinking about not just using the right grammar, but trying to find words that evoke the right feeling, even if they're maybe not even real words all the time.
I mean, honestly, look at Dr. Seuss, look at Lewis Carroll, like Shakespeare.
I will not look at Lewis Carroll.
All right, fine. Shakespeare then.
He's dead. I didn't dig him up.
Highfalutin. They made up words all the time.
Yeah, I make.
They were
words
pretty good
sometimes.
at it. Yeah,
I'm better than they are. Mushroom soup, potion common. A warm, herb-filled, enchanted soup. During a short rest, consuming this soup grants 1d6 healing over the time of the short rest. The soup grants 1 hit points every 5 minutes, if not consumed during a short rest. Interesting.
Well, I don't like those numbers.
No, the numbers are weird. Here's what I would do. I think that it's fine. I think it's fine to be like, if you drink this, here's what I would say. I would say if you drink, as always, when you're writing, you want to be writing action-oriented, which means instead of starting with the ba-ba-ba-ba-ba, start with the person. If you drink this soup, or if a creature consumes this soup during a short rest, they regain an additional 2d6 hit points. Period.
Yeah. There you go. End the sentence.
Otherwise,
drinking the soup grants. Is that over the time of drinking it, or is
I would say something like otherwise. Drinking the soup grants 1 point of hit point grants 1 hit point regeneration every minute for 5 minutes, or for 10 minutes, or for an hour, or something.
While you're drinking the soup?
No, so it'd be like you consume the soup, and then for the next hour you recharge 1 hit point every hour.
Yeah. Okay. So otherwise, consuming the soup causes you to regain 1 hit point every 10 minutes for the next hour.
Yeah, something like that. Which could be really useful.
It guarantees that you don't if you stabilize at 0, you're not down forever, right?
Yeah. But if you also, it's not going to bring you back. You could lose 3 death saving throws. That'd be the right 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. But that's not necessarily bad for this being just like a good soup, right?
Yeah. Okay. Here's what I'm going to say.
It's in the language, but I think it's cool.
I think it's fine. I think the first part of it is boring and kind of just a thing. I think the second part of it's more interesting. I want to encourage all of you that are trying to do a challenge like this, where you're trying to make something that's not damaging. I understand you think not damaging, I go to healing. I think that's fine. But there is so much healing in D&D already, and so many features that do things that are very similar to this, or similar to other sorts of ointments or health potions or stuff. So what I would encourage you to do, any of you, whether it's you, Dawn, or anybody out there, if you are planning on making a new alternative form of healing, try to give it something different. Try to make it feel different. And I don't think this feels different enough right now. And it could be fine for a home game, if you're just like, I like this instead of a health potion. But if you're taking the opportunity to come up with this awesome name and to sort of sell the flavor of this thing as like it's this soup that's making you feel all warm and hearty and whatever, I think it would be better to let that fiction dictate more of the mechanics. Those are the thoughts. Thank you, Dawn. If someone makes Wario, yeah, of course they're gonna have to do the fart thing if someone makes Wario. How are you gonna make Wario and not do the fart thing?
I think it's called waft, technically. I think it's called waft.
Listen, whatever it is, just don't call it late for dinner.
Waka waka.
Waka waka, that's a Fozzie Bear thing.
We've been doing in the audio drama I'm directing. Every time we record a scene, we then do like a stupid voice semi-improv take. And the number of Muppet impersonations I've had to sit through has been staggering.
I don't know if I would do a good Muppet impersonation.
I can't. I think everybody's got a good Kermit kicking around somewhere, but that's it.
Yeah, I don't know. Kermit's a hard one, isn't it?
Mostly you just got to sound congested.
Yeah. Do you want to know, wasn't it so funny when Big Bird had to sing It's Not Easy Being Green because Kermit couldn't sing it anymore?
This is some lore I don't know, my guy.
When Jim Henson died.
Oh, fuck. That's
and
sad.
They wanted to do It's Not Easy Being Green, but then turns out that Kermit was voiced by Jim Henson, so they couldn't do it. So funnily enough, Big Bird had to do it, and it was so funny.
Oh, my heart.
Everyone should go look up Big Bird sings It's Not Easy Being Green at Jim Henson's memorial, and it's going to make you laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh. Have you ever seen that before, Pat?
No, what the fuck? That's so sad.
It's gonna make you laugh and laugh and
Laugh
laugh.
and laugh and laugh. Speaking of laughing,
he's not green. Because you get it? Because he's not green. He's yellow.
Yeah. Speaking of laughing, we're about to hear about some fair market exchange. You want to tell me some good jokes about fair market exchange?
This is a pedestal of fair market exchange.
More like putting the market on a pedestal, am I right?
Hey, Red Scare. What are we doing? This cylindrical ivory pedestal is 5 inches tall and 3 inches in diameter. It is covered in carvings reminiscent of currency symbols of different cultures and languages.
That's a cool visual, actually. I like that a lot.
This item is a maximum of 5 charges and regains 1d4 charge. Get this. Move your fucking cursor. What are you doing? Move it.
I hear question marks.
It regains 1d4 charges daily at dawn. Equivalent exchange. As an action, you can spend a charge to name an item that you could legally purchase at your current location. The pedestal will magically create that item, but will consume an amount of currency on your possession equal to that item's average value. If you do not have enough currency, the pedestal will not produce the item, but will not consume any currency. This is okay, mechanically, I really like this.
Hold on, I gotta process this again.
It's a store. You can buy anything at its price. Anywhere you want. It's basically it's like you can bring the you bring the store in your pocket is what it is. It's a merchant in your pocket. Exactly.
Yep. If you do not have the currency, it will not produce the item, but will not consume any currency.
I want to encourage against two things. I don't think they should be able to make magic items. And right now it can.
Non-magical items.
I think it has to be non-magical items. I also think that it should cost more.
Interesting. Just because it's convenient?
Yeah.
It's charged based. I don't think so.
No, you don't think so?
Let me argue the counterpoint.
Yeah.
I was actually going to argue from completely the other direction.
All right, cool. Argue from the other direction.
So obviously we can sit in this seat and be like, in the real world, this wouldn't mean anything because items value is so fucking context specific, right? Like you can't produce a price for a thing. That's nothing. That doesn't really exist. But D&D isn't the real world. D&D has set prices for everything. This shouldn't say the item's average value. This should say the item's value. because D&D 5e has an entire magic system that relies on the stable currency value of every object in the whole world.
This is true.
There's a DMG list of prices for things.
It's true. I also think that the way that it's written, I could very easily see a dungeon master can make that value different if they want, because it's based on it on your current location, which I actually think is a really nice detail.
I think current location is fine. I think you should get rid of average. I don't think that takes anything away from the DM side of things, but I think that it leans in to the default of look it up in the DMG. Right, look it up in the table if one is applicable, and then from there, I don't think you fuck with it. Right, I don't think that it's more expensive. I think that you're already getting that out of expending the charges and having to get the magic item in the first place. I think you can probably put size limits on it, right? Like it has to the non-magical item that you want to purchase has to fit on top of the 3-inch diameter thing, right? Maybe put a weight limit on it if you want. I don't know, maybe. But yeah, I think that's the way that you limit this. I don't think you limit it by price.
Okay. I don't know if I agree or not, but I accept. I like it. It's a fun item. I like it a lot.
It's a cool item.
I think it would be a lot of fun. The only reason why I thought I would maybe make them cost more is I do like the idea that if there's like a convenience tax, and you could maybe be like, whoever sold you the item gets like a pinch of that penny, you know?
Well, are you getting the item from anywhere?
I mean, the
pedestal magically creates the item.
No, not where you get the item from, where you get the pedestal from. I sell you the pedestal, it does the work, it overcharges you, and I keep the transition money.
Cinder,
Bro,
I am
you're
upset
charging
with
me
you.
fucking
I
rent.
now cry
You're-
from Big
you are-
Bird singing
you are
It's Not
trying
Easy
to
Being
extract
Green.
surplus value from our exchange. I already paid you for the pedestal. Come on.
Listen, no, you pay me a monthly service fee for the
No!
First of all, and you're only doing it at the base level. Also, John Cashman, thank you for the 5. He said He said, Cinder, I'm upset with you. I'm crying now from Big Bird singing It's Not Easy Being Green. It's okay. Listen, it's so funny. Just laugh and laugh. I'll tell you what. You know what? No, you know what? I'll cheer you up right now. Because to be honest, I was being a little tricky. That part of that show is kind of sad, but there are some really funny parts of it.
I'm
so
sure.
If you want to see a part of it that's actually funny, watch the speech that Frank Oz gave at just look up Frank Oz speech, Jim Henson Memorial, and you'll be laughing and laughing and laughing. That's the funniest part of it.
Okay, I'm so skeptical. I'm so skeptical. Also, Cinder, I'm gonna blow this wide open for you here.
Yeah.
Somebody just said, "Is this pedestal 5 inches tall, 3 inches in diameter, exactly the same size as an Alexa?"
I think so.
I'm real upset.
I think it's great.
An Alexa is 3.3 inches in diameter, and at a guess, glancing at it, about 5 inches tall.
That's so funny. They said it was a coincidence, but that is so funny. I think overall it's really fun. I think it's really cool. If I would, this is how I would put this in my game. I would make this an item in my game, and then I would make somebody put a curse on it, so that they could steal money from people that used it, because they would make things more expensive.
Cursed version of this I would love. That would be really, really good. And like having to pay like a subscription fee for it on top of it. A curse that just takes money away from you would be so good. That's
That's such a realistic actual curse. So many curses are like, and your fingers melt. Who is that helping? Who is making the curse that's like, I'm going to get a lot of it out of the... You know what? In 300 years, when somebody opens this chest, their fingers and nails are going to fall out, and it's going to be really funny. It's like, no. What do you know? Your curses have malicious intent. They have selfish intent. Get that money. Get that paper. Do you know why you never hear about the hags who devote their curses to making money? Because they never get caught. Because they own everybody.
They own the whole stack. They're fucking impervious.
Yeah.
They're fucking impervious.
They're playing Succession while we're playing D&D.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Dude,
This
white,
is good. This is
white
real fun.
robot 10 or question. Very fun item, dude. Very fun item.
I gotta say, coming back into the Red Scare, just for a second. I don't know how to pronounce question mark, but question marks goes real hard as like a communist band name, right? Like that goes real hard. So maybe just think about it.
Yeah, I would say question marks. You wouldn't want to be a communist band. You would want to be a socialist band.
I'm into that.
Because if you're not questioning Marx if you're a communist.
That's true.
You're like, hey, Marx. Socialists are like, he had some good ideas, but also look at that fucking beard.
Yeah, man. We're gonna think about it. We're gonna contemplate. We're gonna question Marx. Just something to think about.
That is a good band name. That's also I think a really good burlesque name.
Oh yeah, shit. Yeah. That's
yeah.
real good.
That's a really good burlesque name. And then you would do like a Russian Soviet soldier vibe. You know, you would go hard into that. You ever listen to those Russian, like the Russian choral music?
Got a whole playlist.
And you would just be doing some sexy dancing with some scary boots.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That's
God
really great.
Damn it. That's so funny.
Is a spell that instantly kills people a non-damaging spell? No, it instantly kills people.
It's a funny ask, though. Let's be honest.
I would say, and if one was to argue that it did no damage, that would be an argument of willful ignorance. Which is one that I am not interested in engaging with.
All right. How about this, Cinder? How about this? What about an item that made it so that you never existed?
Somebody time databank out for 5 minutes.
No, I'm curious.
Wait, say that again?
What about an item that makes it so that someone never existed?
I think that's less likely, but I also think that it's still the same end. Like if the end of me killing you, if the end of me doing damage to you, because here's the thing: the goal of doing damage to the thing is to kill it. So to argue that killing a thing isn't doing damage is stupid.
I agree. But is unmaking killing? That's a philosophical question. I think we should spend the next hour and a half debating.
Okay. Speaking of which, this is a spell from my homebrew class based on Kingdom Hearts, a half-caster who's close range focused. This spell is defensive and gives Blade Ward the Bless treatment. Okay, I'm gonna tell you something right now. I'm not reading your class. I have no idea what your class is, so I'm not reviewing this from the context of your class. We are just looking at this like a normal, everyday spell. If this spell is somehow works with your class in a specific way that requires me to understand your class, I apologize, but I don't know what your class is. This is called Windguard. It's a first level abjuration spell. It's a cool name.
That is a really cool name. That's really evocative right away. And I feel like this is, at the very least, going to be on the Ranger Druid spell list. Maybe Oath of the Ancient?
Tenebrous, don't worry about it, dude. Listen, the reason why it's nice on YouTube is that you can scroll around and see your thing. I appreciated you sharing. Also, you will get better at your writing if you just try and you just work on it. Just spend more time on it. Simpler sentences. The thing is, nobody is actually that good at writing. No. We all struggle. There are people that are better at it, but you have to remember that when you are reading something that somebody has published, you're seeing the end of it. You're not seeing the middle, you're not seeing the beginning, you're seeing the very end product. And you're seeing that very end product by people that have practiced writing for a long time. So there are some things you can do to get better at writing that might feel stupid, but they're really, really helpful, and they're really, really important. And one of the simplest things is write shorter sentences. You don't need to always write shorter sentences, but give yourself a limitation of, can I write something well and have pretty much all sentences where each sentence just contains one single idea? And if you can do that, eventually you can start to write bigger sentences, and then you can start figuring out how to mix them together. But if you are in a place where you really are struggling with grammar or knowing when to write a period or when to write a comma or when to end a sentence, you should just decide, I'm going to use short sentences. Just decide it. Even if it sometimes isn't the right thing to do, just pick it as a habit to try to form, and understand that, like, it might not be a rule you need to follow hard and fast, but use it as a guiding light. Shorter sentences. The best writer to read, in my opinion, if you're trying to find like if you want to find some like older classic books to read that do a really good job of teaching you how to write well, look up anything by what's his name? What's the name of the guy who? Oh God, what did he write? Oh my God, Hemingway. Anything by Hemingway. You can love Hemingway, you can hate Hemingway, but you know what he did really well? He wrote incredibly and not only did he write short sentences, he wrote the most incredibly evocative and intense things only using short sentences. Yep. So it's like the easiest classical literature to read because he only wrote in short sentences. Okay, big rant. Let's read this. Windguard. A small tornado surrounds you, parrying incoming damage. You gain resistance to your choice of either bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage for the duration. When you cast this spell using a second level or higher, you resist all 3 for the duration. Here's what I'm gonna say. Well, let's not talk about this second part first. Let's just talk about the first part. Cool. I think this first part is good, and I like it. I think it's fine. I just like it. I think it just works, and I think I like it.
Yeah.
Now, I completely disagree with the second part.
Yeah, it's busted as fuck.
There is another spell, though, that I think you could potentially take inspiration from here. If you wanted to.
Go on.
Hex.
Oh, shit.
Hex. And maybe not do it exactly, but Hex doesn't scale up in damage. It just lasts longer. So if you cast Hex at the first level, it lasts a minute. Second level, it's like 10 minutes. Third level, it's like an hour. Like I think up to like 8 hours.
It's an hour. Third or fourth level spell is 8. Fifth or higher is 24.
So maybe that.
Yeah.
I think that's the solution to make this feel a little bit more balanced.
Yeah. So what would that be? So first level is a minute. Third or fourth would be 10 minutes. Fifth would be an hour, and that would be the top out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's right. Why do we not like this as it is? Personally,
because there's
I don't
lot
like
of
it as it is.
Well, there's Stone Skin, which is basically this, but a different spell. It's literally a spell that exists already.
When you're playing around at levels this low, second level spells, and kind of early days, you're just giving your casters rage for cheaper than an actual barbarian rage.
You're giving your caster rage cheaper than actual barbarian rage, and Stone Skin is a much higher level spell that only gives resistance to non-magical bludgeoning and piercing and slashing damage. So you basically would be getting I think a 4th or a 5th level spell at the cost of a 2nd level spell slot.
Yep. So I think juicing duration is the way to go here, and you just pick. Also, there's a tiny little grammar thing. You gain a resistance to your choice of one of the following damage types: bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing. Either only applies to sets of 2.
Yes. I don't have more thoughts. Other than that, I really like it. I think it's a solid spell. I could see this spell fitting really well on, like, and I want it to be a low-level spell because I like this on an Eldritch Knight.
I was going to say Paladin, Eldritch Knight, Ranger. These work really nice for your low
and it's not going to really step on the toes of a Barbarian, because the whole point of the Barbarian, in my opinion, is, oh god, it's combat. I don't need to think about anything. This is kind of the opposite. This is like, oh boy, it's combat. Those 2 guys have swords. Those 3 have arrows, which, like, it's like there's a tactical element to it. You know what I mean?
Who's going down first, right? It's also not reaction, right?
Yeah.
It's not like you can pop it like a shield,
no,
and then you just
you have to think about it. Yeah.
You have to think about it. You have to pick one.
Yeah.
So I think it's good. I think it's really good. I
also think the name is so good.
Windguard is really
for what
really
it's doing. Because the other thing that I like about it is, I like it. Okay, it has the same. I like it because it feels like a different version of Zephyr Strike, which is also a wind title.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah. I like it. I think it's really good. I think it's honestly one of the better spells that that we've come across in this.
Just get rid of the way it expands, and it's usable and awesome and ready to go.
I mean, you could just drop at higher levels, and it would be fine. If you want to put higher levels in, I like duration quite a bit.
Yeah.
But
And it's
yeah,
fun. Duration also is just nice. Like, it's cool to feel like, because that's getting resistance to a damage type is good at level 1 and it's good at level 20. So it's nice to create opportunities for people to like use a thing but feel like they can not have to keep doing it or whatever.
Absolutely.
Stone skin
Good
might
stuff.
be 4th. Yeah, stone skin is very high level. That's why I'm saying that this is too much. Badoo, 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 badoo. Thank you, Into the Indie. It's a fun name.
Yeah, it is. Cinder, before we roll our next contestant, I am gonna dip.
All right, you get out of here.
I'm gonna be done for the night. But y'all, this was fun. This was good stuff. You're very talented. Have a good night.
Good night. Bye. That was our dear Patrick Perini. I want to show you guys something. So I've been making I'm working on a new video. It's going to be about monsters. Basically the video in a nutshell is going to be, I'm just going to talk about a handful of monsters that I like that do something interesting, and then encounters that you can use those interesting things in. But it's going to be almost entirely in that style of my cartoons that I've been doing, like with my crayon drawings. And I think I'm not going to have my face in the video at all. See how that goes. And I was thinking about maybe having like a cartoon version of myself that I would draw. And I made one, and it's pretty cool, but I think it's actually too realistic. I think I need to make it more cartoony, but I wanted to show it to you guys. Into the Indie, we just finished reviewing your piece. Nutshell, we all really liked it. It's fucking cool. The at higher levels feature is completely busted because it essentially makes it much more powerful than a spell that already exists in the game called Stone Skin, which is like a 4th level spell or a 5th level spell. So it doesn't really work. So you can't really make it give you more resistances by casting it at higher levels, but you could make it last for a longer amount of time. But yeah, do you guys want to see the weird picture that I drew of myself? Here. Look at me! It's not bad, right? I think it's pretty good. But I think the problem is that the face looks too much like a face. I need it to be more like a stick figure. I need it to be a lot simpler looking. I think. It's fine as a drawing. I don't know if it's going to work within the context of my animation because it's a little bit too detailed. What about just an eyeball inside of the mane? Oh, that's true. That's not a bad idea. Huh. Maybe we'll do that. Needs a nice pair of shades. Yeah. Those eyes look sadder than me. Well, listen, the face would not necessarily say that. This was just a test. This is like a test face. I would probably end up drawing a handful of different expressions I could give it. But anyway, yeah, that's a thing that will be... I'm not sure if it... literally, as soon as we're done stream, I'm going to start working on it again. But, in the meantime, we can look at some more homebrew. Sponge! He's the man of sponges. He's the man of sponges. Here. A mild shutdown spell. I wanted to try to get it down to where it would work as a first level spell, but I don't know. It might not be something that can fit into the first level spells. Might be too powerful. Or not powerful enough. It's a 2nd level transmutation spell. Casting time 1 action, range 30 feet, 10-foot radius sphere. You moistened the air and ground in a 10-foot radius centered on a point you can see within range, causing a pleasant smell to fill the air. Each creature in the area must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, a target is charmed by you until the start of your next turn. While charmed this way, a creature must use its turn to relax. It takes no actions, does not move except to reach the ground if it's flying, and falls prone if it's not flying. Oh, man. I feel like I like it a lot more if it doesn't control what the creature does on their turn. That's what I think the issue is here. I think the issue is that it's not just charming creatures for a round. It's essentially giving them no turns. Well, they're only charged for a round, so I think that that's okay. I don't think you need to deal with that. But I do think that's a pretty big deal. This is better calm emotions. Yeah. I think that realistically, Sponge, I agree with Databank here. I think this is better calm emotions. Or let me rephrase that. Different calm emotions. I don't like that it... I really disagree with it making everybody lose their action and their movement. I think if you wanted to do a spell where you can charm everybody for a round in an area, I think that's totally fine. I think that could work really well. But I think as soon as you are now making it so they can't move and take actions, I think that's too much. Yeah, calm emotions is concentration. That's a good point. I am the kind of person to write in all caps. I have a keyboard that allows me to type in all caps regardless of if I have caps lock on. It's a weird mix of sleep and calm emotions. Yeah. I think you just do the charm for a round and then I think it works. I don't think it works as the other stuff. Cuz otherwise, yeah, it's just it's sort of like taking the more powerful parts of a bunch of spells, and yeah, it only lasts a round, but it's not concentration. It's so, which makes it really powerful. Yeah. I think it's a neat idea. I think you got to cut about half of it out. Those are my thoughts. I don't really have more thoughts than that. Then it's too close to the hypnotic pattern. I just make a 7th level version. I don't think it's too close to hypnotic pattern if literally all it does is charm them for a round. Then it's like a mass charm. Like it's charm person on multiple creatures for a round. I think that's totally reasonable and kind of new. Yeah, the flavor's nice. I like it. I agree with that. Data, you think it should just be... You think make this a 7th level spell, make it a crazy big radius? You could do that. You missed the spell earlier that we made a very similar suggestion on. I think 1 round of Charm Person is very powerful depending on the circumstance. That's Fey Warlock. I mean, it's already doing that. Like, we might as well make it do that and work, as opposed to do that and not work. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's basically died hypnotic pattern. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe the issue is that it doesn't feel like it's doing something unique. It feels like it's doing a part of a bunch of other stuff. I think it's quite useful in the fact that creatures cannot willingly harm creatures that are charmed by them. So you could cast this on everybody and then run away. Or like, it makes a round where people still, they can do other stuff, but they can't attack you. Does this not specify charmed? This specifies charmed too. Anyway, I think it's a neat idea. I think it's too powerful. But I also think maybe the question you need to ask yourself, Sponge, is outside of D&D mechanics, what is the point of this spell? Like, what is it supposed to make things feel like? And if the answer to that question could be answered with sleep or calm emotions or suggestion or command or things like that, then I think it's, you know, worth maybe reconsidering the structure of it. All right, thank you very much for sharing. I think I already said that, but I'm saying it again. What if everyone in the effect is charmed by everyone else in the effect? I think at that point, I think that kind of feature could work on something, but I don't think it's worth trying to make that work for a super low level spell. That seems like overcomplicated for the end goal. Like, you might as well just do calm emotions at that point, where it's like people become unhostile, you know? Everybody charmed by everyone else is very similar to you are just not hostile. So you might as well just be you are not hostile. I think it's easier. Could work as a one-time use item, maybe. Bagadaboo, badabadabadabee, badabadee-boop, badadabow. Babalabee-badibadoo-badoo-bow, badabading-doom, badaboo, baby, badee-boop. Supportive. Yeah, there's no shake them out of it feature. Well, it only lasted a round also, but I see your point. Where are you? Well, who is this? Supportive. Where are you? There you are. This is an old homebrew I wrote for my very first campaign. It was a MacGuffin I gave early. I was never identified. You know, if you give players a cool magic item and it's never identified, you didn't give them a cool magic item. Isn't that weird? No, and that's just the truth. It's sort of like if your D&D character has a secret and you never reveal that secret, your character didn't have a secret. 6 of 8. Wondrous item. Artifact. Attunement by spellcaster. Spell component. Start with 10d10 levels of first level spell slots. Oh, man. I wish you would have spent like 3 minutes and rewrote this. Because it looks like a first-time homebrew that was written 4 years ago that you never looked at again. So I'm not sure honestly, I'm going to be very quick with my feedback here because looks like you didn't put any effort into this recently. So I'm just going to look at it for what it is and hope you decide to build it into something later. But if this is your first piece of homebrew, I don't need to spend 20 minutes talking about formatting because you just didn't do any. A core of one of the 8 primordial titans. After passing a DC 20 Arcana check, you can attune to it. You can use the sphere as a spellcasting component for the spells you cast. When you cast a spell, you can expend stored spells to augment the spell you're max casting. After your rest, you can meditate and store spell slots in the crystal, adding to the pool. This is a broken item that I would not put in a game. This is, hey, here's a shit ton more spell slots, and you can also just get more. That already exists in D&D. It's called the Ring of Spell Storing, or the Pearl of Power. We don't need more. I think this is overkill. I think this would be like, it's like, you don't need to give a fighter a weapon that does plus 20 on every hit. You are no longer making a cool, fun thing then. You're just making it tedious. And that's kind of what this feels like. It's overkill. It's a shame. I wish I had something else to say about it, but it really is just a overpowered version of a Pearl of Power or a Ring of Spell Storing. So I think you don't really need it. It reads like a first-time magic item that you wrote a long time ago and haven't looked at since then. So I would encourage you to keep writing. And next time, share something recent so we have something more interesting to say. Thank you for sharing. I guess we could talk about why it's broken, but do we really need to talk about why it's broken? I don't think so. The game sort of stops being a game at a certain point when you just can have infinite spell slots. And even really high-level casters like wizards get access to basically a few first-level spell slots. So it sort of is redundant even on top of that. You're going to change the upcast to time? Yeah, I think that's going to just make it work a little bit better, dude. Because it's also like a really cool spell. It's simple. You don't need stuff to be super complicated. All it needs to do is to do what it's intended to do well, and that thing it's intended to do needs to be something somewhat new. And that's it. Both those things are hard, but those are really the only things the spell needs, anything needs to do. It needs to add something new, and it needs to work. Dillon. Dillon, 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 Dillon. Could you please look at the Horn of Animal Mimicry? That's an interesting name. I wanted to create an item that might have some niche and fun uses, but wasn't too powerful. Let's take a look. Let's give her a gander. Let's take a peek. Horn of Animal Mimicry. This brass horn, adorned with illustrations of various beasts, can erupt into a symphony of untamed voices. You can use your action to speak into the horn to perfectly mimic sounds of a beast that you've heard before. The horn emanates those beastly noises audibly from up to 300 feet away. Don't say those beastly noises, just say the horn can be heard from up to 300 feet away. We don't need flavor text in the middle of our mechanics. While comprehensible to beasts of the same type, the horn does not directly translate your words. What the fuck does that mean? That's a very confusing sentence. I would remove it, unless you have very specific things that are tied to it. Oh, you do. They shouldn't be a separate paragraph. Okay, this is a formatting issue. By this being the end of this paragraph, I assume that this feature is tied to this. This should be the beginning of this paragraph, because this feature is tied to this sentence, and this is now a completely different thing. So here's what I would say. The horn is not fucking comprehensible, Dylan. I love you, but it's not. So just completely remove this sentence. And then leave this. Because this part can be there. But when you say the horn is comprehensible, it's just confusing to me. Because it's really not. Because you aren't expressing any idea that you choose to express. It looks like it's random. And it's not really expressing anything other than one of these four things. So it's a random feeling that it evokes. So write it that way. Roll a d4 to determine the feeling that the horn evokes in the beasts who understand its message. Again, what the fuck does who understand its message mean? What are you talking about here? Do they understand it or not? Okay, so here's what you do. Get rid of all of this fucking stuff. And then you say, any beasts of the, any beasts within, any beasts that hear, I would say beasts of the same type that hear this sound are affected in one of the following ways determined by a d4. Then you just show that. Or beasts of the same type feel, beasts of the same type, get a feeling from the vibe of the horn or whatever. Find a fucking way to say that, but then just say that. Stop talking about comprehension. Stop talking about that shit. They don't. They can understand nothing. They get a random feeling. It's okay. It feels more like a common item than an uncommon item, because you don't have any control. That's the only thing that I really don't like about it. It's a fine item. I just want you to get your words clear, and you have to remember that flavor text cannot be in the middle, and when you use words that imply meaning that it doesn't have, it's gonna fucking confuse people. But beyond that, I like it quite a bit. I also don't like that you don't control the sound. So here's what I would do. Keep it uncommon. Make it so they pick. Make it so you pick. Because if you don't pick, then it's not an item that you can do creative stuff with. It's just a random nonsense item. If you can pick, it could be quite useful. But then it also has to not be infinite use. Oh, it's definitely trying to say birds only understand bird cries. That is 100% what it's going for. Yeah. You should pick, and then I would make it, it has 5 charges, and it recharges 1d4 plus 5 charges each day at dawn, or something like that. And I think if you do that, I think it'll work well, but you gotta clean up the language. This is a very simple item. It shouldn't take this many words to say. You think it can be unlimited? I'd make it limited. I think it's pretty powerful to be able to convey those sorts of feelings to any beast within 300 feet of you. I'd make it limited. They should change speak to blow. Yeah, they should. You're not speaking into the horn. It's more than an animal handling check away, Data. You're just wrong. I appreciate the thought, but you're just wrong. I can't... Let me ask you a question. How do I make an animal handling check to make every bear within 300 feet of me, whether I can see them or not, feel threatened? Or mystified, or calmed, or romantic? I would argue none of those. So to say it's an animal handling check away is a little bit of a silly leap. All right, those are my thoughts. I think it's a cool idea. I think give it charges. And I think clear up your language, and you're in a good spot. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you. I wouldn't up the rarity. It's not worth it for a rare item. It's basically a common item. But the reason why I think it's uncommon is because you have a lot of power if you can communicate to a creature in its language, so a feeling. Quite a lot of power. It's not powerful from it's one of those items that like is very powerful from a roleplay perspective, and if you use it right, could be very powerful for a combat perspective as well. Thank you, Dylan. Arcade Avery. Arcade Avery. Kadoosh, kadoosh. Just a little magic item. Is that what you said? Just a little magic item I made, inspired by my pet bird, who decides I'm done petting her by yelling at me. The contentious cocktail. Let's take a look. Is it cocktail or cockatiel? Cockatiel. I used to have a cockatiel. Her name was Lizzie. And she was grumpy. But I liked her. But she was a grumpy one. Oh, I have to find it? Oh, God. Next time, don't make me hunt for it, please. There it is. Cockatiels are not British. You want to hear a crazy story about a cockatiel? The cockatiel that I had growing up was not one we bought at a pet store. It was one that flew into my grandmother's yard and landed on my mom's shoulder. And then my mom proceeded to spend about, I don't know, a month trying to find the owners, because it was like, this looks like a pet. No one ever came out being the owner, so then we just kept taking care of it. And my mom believed that she thought it was set free because it was really fucking grumpy. But it was like not the kind of bird that like can handle itself in the wild. But it was like such a mean bird. But I did love it. But that was my parents felt like somebody had this bird and they set it free. Anyway, it was a cockatiel. She was great, Lizzie. I used to feed her cookies. This plush bird resembles an adorably round and angry cockatiel that values its personal space. You can feed seeds to the cockatiel. After feeding the cockatiel, you can place it within 5 feet of a creature or an object to guard for 1 hour. Why can we feed seeds to the cocktail? What is this doing? If this isn't doing anything mechanical, get this sentence out of here. I'm confused by it. Oh, I guess it's after the feeding. That's so weird. I think that this needs to be a little bit more clear. I also think we need to know whether it's an action or a bonus action or 10 minutes or stuff. Anyone, including you, if anyone, including you, comes within 5 feet of the guarded creature or object, the cockatiel will screech and harass them. It's audible within 300 feet. Another 300-foot thing. The target has disadvantage on dexterity, stealth, and sleight of hand ability checks while within 5 feet of the plush. You can use this item once per day, regaining the ability to do so at dawn. Yeah, it's a pretty simple item, pretty straightforward. It's basically alarm. I don't know if it needs to be uncommon. This feels more like a common magic item than an uncommon one. It's not very good. It's literally just alarm. I don't mean it's not very good like it's not well designed. I mean it's not very good like it doesn't do much. Here's what I would do. I would be more clear about how long it takes you to feed it, and a little bit more details about that than just saying feed seeds. That's a little too vague for me. Either in terms of like giving it a feeling of like how much time or how much quantity or anything like that. And then this is definitely a common item, not an uncommon item. And I would say lower the radius to maybe 150 feet if you really feel like you need to. But other than that, I think it's fine. I think it's solid. Very straightforward little item. Welcome back, Sea Slug. It's alarm with extra feedings. Yeah, exactly. And it's more than alarm, because alarm, only the person who casts it hears it. This, everybody hears it. This is like alarm, like an alarm in our world. Cockatiel, cockatoo, cockatrice. Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. Little magic item. Like it. All about it. Thank you, Arcade. Exactly. It's an old car alarm. Exactly. Oh, it's definitely a worse alarm. It's not better than alarm. It's worse than alarm, which is why I think it's a common magic item, not an uncommon magic item. I forget if you can make alarm heard by everybody or not. I don't remember. You'd be surprised, there are more databank. There are a lot of car alarms now work much more like the alarm spell than they do like this. There are quite a few car alarms that don't make a lot of crazy noise, but they do send your GPS locations and sort of activate a bunch of stuff for the police, which is, I think, maybe what they were referencing for saying older car alarms. You can see guard with that item. Yeah. If you upcast it, you can add people to it. Is that? I don't. Are you saying real words? Or you just making shit up? I gotta look now. You choose whether it's mental or audible, so it can be either. There's no upcasting it. What the fuck are you talking about? You silly gooses. Yep. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Yeah, I think it's solid. Boop. I like it, Avery. Thank you for sharing. That's why I had to check. Why do you feel the need to apologize? Oh my god, you didn't do anything wrong. That's why I wanted to check. Don't worry, you're fine, little flesh vessel. Corvin. Corvin sounds like the name of a vampire. But not like a slick vampire, sort of like a gothic one. Like a vampire that wears armor. Happy International Workers' Day today. Happy International Workers' Day. I did not know it was that. I'm submitting a 3rd level version of the 8th level spell Antipathy Sympathy with a reduced power budget to match. Hope the music's fun for those that listen. Is this going to blast music when I open it? No. Lovely. All right, so let's look at Antipathy and Sympathy just to see what we're working with here. Just to see. Just to see. It's an 8th level spell. It takes an hour to cast. Its range is 60 feet, 200 foot cube. The creatures, let's see. The enchantment causes creatures of the kind you designate to feel intense urge to leave the area. They become frightened, or it encourages them to approach the target, while within 60 feet, or be able to see it. Alright, so it's doing a bunch of stuff. Let's just see what yours does. Maybe it's not as hectic. What happened to Patrick? Patrick! Patrick went to bed. Patrick goes to bed early because he's an old man. Or I stay up late because I'm an old man. Whatever you want. Attract and repel. You choose a point. You choose a point within range that fills each creature within 60 feet of it with a brief but intense urge to approach or leave. So it's a 60-foot range with a 60-foot radius off of that range. I don't like that. Immediately, I don't like that. I think you got to not make them both the same number. When you cast this spell, you can designate any number of creatures you can see to be unaffected by it. Each affected creature has to make a wisdom save. The target must automatically succeed. A target automatically succeeds on this save if it can't be charmed. On a failed save, the creature can't take reactions until the end of its next turn. And it spends its entire turn moving towards or away the point you chose by the fastest available means. The creature doesn't move into obliviously dangerous, blah, blah, blah. This spell kind of already exists. Isn't there a spell? Maybe there... No. I'm getting mixed up. I think your range and your radius is not good, but I think everything else is all right. It feels too similar to compulsion. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. Fourth level spell. Creatures of your choice that can see within range and hear, you have to make a wisdom save, or they're charmed. On a failed save, they're affected by this spell. Each affected creature has to move its movement to move in it. Yes, that is it. That's it. It's compulsion. You just made a more complicated version of compulsion and cheaper. Yes, that is exactly the issue. That is it. This is a spell that charms creatures and forces them to move in a direction, and it cannot make them walk into harm. This is a spell that charms creatures and forces them to move in a direction, and it cannot make them move into harm. Also, the way that this level up works is silly. This is not how it should work. So don't drop this at higher levels thing entirely. But also, I question I don't think you need this spell to exist. I don't know if you need it. It's a one round thing. Oh, it's me. I guess there's that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It just feels like it's affecting too many potential creatures. I think I don't think it works with the infinite potential creatures that being affected. I think that's the issue. This thing could affect 30 creatures easily. It's way too strong. Part of what makes antipathy and sympathy strong is the amount of is what it's doing, but a lot of it is just the amount of creatures it's affecting. And I don't think, pulled back hard enough here. Even for a third level spell, I don't know. I don't know if I would do the targeting method that sleep does, because because no one uses sleep after second level. I think this would feel much more reasonable if it had a range of like 120 feet and it was a 15-foot radius sphere or a 20-foot radius sphere and everything inside was affected by it. Well, you can't really pull enemies into the fireball because the fireball's only there for an instant. But you could pull them into a space where they could be good at close range for a fireball. You could do the sleep thing if you wanted to. I guess that would be an interesting way to do it. I don't know how much dice I would make you roll. That's what you meant? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yes, it would be good for that. Yeah, listen, but that's not bad. That's good. Like, you want your spells to be powerful. I just think it's a little too much right now for the range and the radius. And it feels, and I also don't, I'm going to say this again. It's interesting, but it's so fucking similar to what Compulsion does. And my question is, yeah, but Compulsion is a concentration spell in less a minute. This is only a round. Yes, that's true, but it still is doing the same thing. Even if that's true, it's still basically doing the same thing. So it's not something that I find, like, I would not see that as a necessary thing. I would be like, yeah, okay. But I don't see that as different enough. But that's just me. That's totally just a me thing. Those are my thoughts. I don't think you toned it down enough, and I also think it's too similar to Compulsion. Those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing, Corvin. The enemies get spread out at 5th level for some reason. Who knows why? Maybe because they get extra attack. Kadoosh. Kersplunk. From what you know, everybody knows it? What does everybody know? It? I don't know it. I don't know anything. One. Two. Buckle my shoe, bada 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 bee, bada 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 boo, bada 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 bye, bada 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 bee doo ba dee dee doo da doo dee doo da dee day dee doo dee da dee day dee 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 doo doo da dee day. Blood Cruisenick. Blood Cruisenick. These are a pair of rings awarded to those who are able to succeed in a challenge against the rabbit and wolf avatars of the goddess of death. Okay. Rabbit's Grace. Oh, that I have ulterior motives. Yes. Yeah, I make that clear. Rabbit's Grace is an elegant and delicate onyx band adorned with intricate engravings depicting serene scenes of nature. Inlaid in the center of the ring, there is a small polished white gemstone in the shape of a running rabbit. Say running rabbit instead of rabbit running. Running rabbit will sound better. My brain changed it. And now you should too. This ring cannot be attuned if you are already attuned to the Shadows band. All right, we don't know what the Shadows band is. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. As long as the wearer is attuned to this ring and another creature is attuned to the Shadows band, they can telepathically communicate. Okay, so it's items that are bound together. Twice per long rest. That's not how items work. Okay, so items don't recharge on long rests. Items recharge at specific times of day. I'm so fucking tired of having to say that every goddamn stream. Items do not scale off of your character's level. They do not scale with your proficiency bonus. They do not use your spell save DC. Items scale independently of character. They use their own spell save DC. And they recharge features on their own time scale. As a reaction, if you are hit with an attack, you disperse into a swarm of white rabbits, appearing in an unoccupied space within 30 feet of your choice. Just say in 30 feet of you. 30 feet of you. You take half damage, and this movement does not provoke opportunity attacks. I don't think you need to say this movement does not provoke opportunity attacks, although that's maybe fine. This feature already exists in the game, but if you want to have it here, that's fine too. This is essentially a thing that the Shadar Kai get, although they can't do it as a reaction. I swear to God, we literally saw this feature on something the other day. This is like so... Am I being crazy? We saw something the other day that was when you are targeted with an attack, you can use your reaction to teleport away and gain resistance to that damage. It was on the Desert Sorcerer. It's crazy. It was like literally the exact same feature. I think it's fine. I think it works. Once per long rest, again, this is not how features work. The way that you'd write that is you could say, just cut out this whole part. Just say rabbit escape and say, as a reaction, blah, 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 blah. And then at the end say, you can use this feature twice, or once you use this feature twice, it cannot be used again until the next day at dawn. Or once you use this feature twice, it cannot be used next until the next night at midnight, or whatever. And then the next one is Rabbit's Respite. Same exact feedback for the formatting. As an action, you create a 15-foot radius zone that prevents creatures from dying. Creatures within the zone are stabilized if reduced to 0 hit points. The zone lasts 1 minute or until you lose consciousness. This zone should probably require concentration, as if concentrating on a spell, if you want it to feel reasonable in power level. The main feedback that I have, I think both of these are fine for features. I might make the area smaller than 15-foot radius. I also don't know what this would do with monsters. The main feedback that I have is I don't feel like these two features feel like they fit the same magic item. They feel a little bit like two random stuff. And maybe there's an element of flavor or lore, or maybe they are sort of balanced or created in such a way that they sort of coexist with the Shadow Wolf band. But that's my main thought. My main thought is I'm not understanding why we're doing the you don't die thing. I get that you disappear into a flock of rabbits, because that's the thing that rabbits do, but rabbits die. That's like the second, aside from fucking, the main thing rabbits do is die. So I just feel like it's a little bit of an odd one. Unless I'm missing something. I think it's a pretty neat. I think it's pretty neat. It's pretty simple. Your formatting needs a little bit of work. I think the features are both probably fine. I wish I felt like this feature should exist here more, but I don't. I don't think you sold it in the flavor text. I think it's a cool idea, but I wish it felt like it sat better in the piece. No, respite does not, you know, if anything, it would be like, hold on or something. But yeah, the fiction of it feels out of place. And that's sort of my thoughts. I say all sorts of sentences. Stick around long enough. Yeah. You know what's crazy is that this item is doing something that something else did earlier tonight too. But I think overall it's a neat idea. Yeah, I don't know. I just wish it felt more original. This feels like something that exists already. I think this is an interesting feature and I like it. I don't know if this feature belongs on this magic item. Maybe it does, but I don't feel that in here yet. But if it's trying to do Lucky Rabbit Foot, then it shouldn't just automatically do anything. It should just make you more likely to succeed at things. Like, I would say that this would make a lot of sense as a Lucky Rabbit's Foot if it was like creatures in the area have advantage on death saving throws. You know? Because that would make it feel luckier. Or like, I don't know, like if you succeed on 3 death saving throws, instead of being stabilized, you come back with 1 hit point or something. Something to represent like a lucky break. Either chat is like, some of you in chat are talking as if you're responding to what I'm saying, and other people are clearly watching the stream at some point, not currently, and they're just saying random shit. And that is probably references to something I've said like 5 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago or an hour ago. It's funny. All right. Thank you very much for sharing, Blood Cruznik. I would say try to lean into the rabbit vibes a bit more with the secondary feature, and I think you'll be good. Thank you for sharing. Oh, I'm sure people. No, it happens all the time. It's one of the funny. I see it a lot. Because here's what it is. We'll be talking in chat. I'll be talking about like baseball and how, oh man, baseball would be so much cooler if they used concrete instead of wood for their bats. There's some nonsense or whatever. And then like 10 minutes later, somebody will be like, lol, could you imagine using that in baseball? Yeah, I could an hour ago. Oh. Durokan. My nemesis. I would like to share a fun thing with the community and receive feedback on formatting. Great. Did we high five? Did we round of applause for the last person? I hope so. Sometimes I forget. Potion of instant haunt. It's a lot of words on that page. Your niece thought I was talking about her? No, I've never met your niece. I try not to meet anyone's niece. I'm not a big fan of nieces. Or nephews. Except for mine. My nephew's cool. All children are horrible unless they are the children of my friends. In which case they're cool. And maybe a little horrible. Hi, Gina. Here, wait, let me fix... Here, let me help. Gina, do you want to see something kind of cool? So I'm working on a new video that is going to be using more of like the art and stuff that I make. And I'm not going to have my face in the video at all. And it's going to be all sorts of different pictures. And I'm going to have one of the pictures be me. And I'm going to have like my own stick figure self. So I've been like practicing different versions of my stick figure selves. And this is one that I made. And I don't think I'm going to use it because I think it's a little bit too on the nose. Like, I think it looks too much like a drawing. I want it to be a little bit more childish in the art style. But I think it came out pretty cool. Anyway, let's take a look at this Potion of Instant Haunt. You're going to go back like an hour and just respond like it's live? Yeah, that's the way to do it, man. Boom. There he is. What nose? Here's his nose. I guess that could also be the top of his lip. Maybe it's both. It's definitely both. All right. Here, take a look at this. Take a look at this homebrew. You love it? It's not childish enough. Potion of Instant Haunt. Let's see what we're going on. Let's see what's going on here. We have a potion. Hopefully this potion is a little haunting. You want it as a member badge? I could do that, Bildo. I could do that. I could make that a member badge. That would be easy. I will do that if you want. I'm happy to do that. If you can't find real ghosts, store-bought ghosts are fine. When poured onto the floors or internal walls of a room inside a dwelling. Holy shit, dude. I am so fucking tired of people writing in the passive voice. Who is this? Durakan. Durakan. Other people may continue to make the mistake of writing in the passive voice. I want you to start to be more active. How do we make this in the active voice? Come on. Somebody in chat tell me, or I'm gonna die. Also, look how long this sentence is. Oh, no, it's not. It ends here. Thank God. Thank you, Bialzul. When a creature pours this potion onto the floor or walls of a room inside a dwelling, and then you end it. Holy shit. There's so many fucking extra words here. Illusory ghosts. You know what you should do? There is a spell that you should copy here. So Private Sanctum is a spell that can only be cast inside a building. I think. Oh, maybe it's not inside a building. Oh, interesting. It's not. I thought it was. All right, I take it back. I'm not always right. Sometimes I'm wrong. Anyway, disagree with your wording there regardless. Illusory ghosts will be seen roaming... Passive voice will be seen. Illusory ghosts will be seen roaming around inside the room for 4d6 days or until the illusion is dispelled. Why is this a potion? You're making this so much more confusing than it needs to be by making it a potion. There's literally no reason for it to be a potion. Creatures who find themselves in the space affected by the potion must make a DC 15 wisdom saving throw. When? 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 These are pedestrian mistakes, Dorakan. Do they make it when they enter the space for the first time? Do they make it when they end their turn in the space? We need a when. While frightened by this effect, switch your words here. While affected by the frightened condition. Oh my god, you're using so many words and you're saying so little. Reading this out loud is going to break my brain. While frightened by the effects of this potion and inside the affected room, a creature must take the dash action and attempt to move away from the room by the best available route possible. This is so... There's such an easier way to write this. Holy shit. If the potion is consumed by pouring it on the outside... That's not consuming it! What are we doing here? Okay, can I tell you what you do? You copy paste this and you hit backspace. And then you write the whole thing over again. It's a very good idea, but holy shit. Is this the wrong way to do this? Oh my god. Let me ask you a question. Hey, I have an idea for a one-time use magic item. I'm going to call it a consumable. And I'm going to use that verb when describing it. And in fact, I'm going to call it a... I'm going to use a noun that is only ever used for magic items that are literally consumed. Which would make sense because I'm using the verb consume. Do you drink the magic item? Do you consume it? Oh no, you pour it on the floor. Why the fuck is this a potion? What are you doing? You can make anything one-time use, though, Bildo. You can make anything one-time use. You can just say it's one-time use. There's so many one-time use items that aren't potions. Bead of Fireball. Vial. Yeah, vial would be so much better. That's literally what it is. It should be a vial. I know. Okay, I see. Tone is hard to register. I couldn't tell if you were like, yeah, or like, ha. I apologize. Yeah, so make it a vial. Also, completely rewrite it, because this is so fucked. Because let's look at what this is actually doing. You pour a vial into a space, and then for 4d6 days, whenever somebody enters that space, they have to make a wisdom saving throw, or they have to run out of the room. That's what it is. That's all it is. That's it. You don't need to take this many words to say that. Also, I'm gonna say something a little fucking annoying here, but guys, can we think... Let's use our brains for a second. Can we think... Are there any popular conditions in D&D that might happen to somebody when they see a ghost that also might encourage them to run in the opposite direction? Can anyone think of anything that does that in the game? Just, not even a spell, just like a condition, maybe? Like a really easy condition to use in here to maybe not have to describe, like, a lot of it? Oh yeah, frightened! Frightened! Okay, here's how you rewrite this. Make it a vial. Make it a cube. Make it whatever. As an action, you can place the button on the ground in a room that has a ceiling, floor, and walls. Illusory ghosts then fill the space for 4d6 days or until the magic is dispelled. During that time, whenever a creature enters the space for the first time or ends their turn in the space, they must make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or become frightened. Period. While frightened in this way, they must take the dash action on their turn to attempt to move away from the room. Period. If a creature succeeds on the saving throw, they are immune to this effect for 24 hours or whatever. And then you just fucking end it. That's all it needs to be. What is this at the end here? If the potion is consumed by whatever, or by being drunk. Oh my god, the passive voice here. Ghostly images hover in the immediate area, blah, 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 for 10 minutes or until the illusion is dispelled. When it's used in this way, a creature sees the... What? When oh my god, I'm having a hard time reading this. When the potion is used in this way, the creatures who see the illusion produced by the potion, so many fucking... What other illusion would you be talking about? You don't need these words here. Must succeed on a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or become frightened of the object, person, or area. Oh, this is so fucked. Just make it one fucking thing, man. It doesn't need to be two separate things. You are so fucking this item by making it two separate things. This would work so well if you just make it, you can place a thing on the ground, ghosts appear in the space for some small amount of time, people go in there, they get scared. You don't need to make it last for a week, or no, you don't, it's more than a week. You don't need to make this last for potentially a month if you put it in a room, and then rebuild it entirely to explain that if you do something else with it, it only lasts 10 minutes. How about this? As an action, As an action, you can do whatever the fuck. You place this thing in a room, and anybody that goes into the room has to deal with the frightened condition. Alternatively, if you activate this object not inside a room, instead of it lasting for whatever the fuck amount of time, it only lasts for 10 minutes with a radius of 10 feet. And then at the end you say, once you use this magic item, it loses its magic. This is a really good example of a magic item that what it's doing is fairly simple. And what it's doing is also interesting. And the way those ideas are being expressed is completely fucking it. Because when we boil away the way this is written, and when we boil away the language that is used and the way the mechanics are being interpreted, and we just look at it like the idea, it's very good. It's a cool idea. You make a room a haunted house room for a little bit. So my first formatting piece of advice is use less flavor text and to break down the ideas a little bit more succinctly. And I mean, I think I already gave formatting advice. I think I probably yelled 3 or 4 times the way I thought I would rewrite this. Yeah, aggressive editing is what this needs. The main formatting advice that I have is that there's no logical reason for this to be a potion, and the fact that you decided to present it as a potion kind of is like, that's like a big mess up. Because now it's kind of convoluted. The other thing that you need to think about is, how do area effects work in D&D? Because that's what this makes. So if you're going to make something do an area of effect feature, you need to think about area of effects work differently if they are instant than if they are for a duration. This works for a duration. So look to other area effects that do things for a duration and get that language right. The other thing that I think you should think about is, what's the point? Does this item need to make a fucking month of a scary house? Or would this be just as valid an item if you completely eliminated the need for it to be inside and you just made it an item that projected an illusion of a haunted area in 30 feet around it for an hour? And that was all it did. and you didn't need to deal with it's either inside or it's outside. It's just whatever space it's in, it either fills that space or it goes out to a radius of 30 feet and everything around it is scared. It could just be that. So I think the main formatting advice I have is you need to simplify. And the main simplifying, the easiest way to simplify is like, what's the point? The point is I want to make a place look haunted. I want to make it feel haunted. You don't need all of these mechanics to do that. And you don't need this way of expressing it to do that. Those are my thoughts. It's implied to be a kind of scammer's tool, so the long duration might have a place. If it's implied to be a scammer's tool, I think that needs to be a shit ton more obvious than just this opening sentence. And I also think that it should not have such a powerful frightening mechanic. Because this mechanic is very strong. If a creature could get the frightened condition and has to sprint out of a space every time they enter it for up to a very long period, I think that's too strong. And I think that if you want this to be something where the point of it is you make a place look haunted, I think you completely drop the frightened mechanic and you make it something else. Or you make the interaction with the frightened mechanic something completely different than what you might put on like a spell that you would use in combat. That's what I would say. It's not an 8th level spell. I disagree with that. It's programmed illusion. Is that an 8th level spell? I don't think so. It's programmed illusion plus frighten. But I genuinely think the frightened condition is where you fuck this up. Because I think the frightened condition is reasonable if it's a short-term burst. But if it's a long-term burst, I don't think it works. And I also think if that's the goal, if the goal is that you're making a fake haunted house, that needs to be a lot more clear throughout it. Well, creatures would be immune to the forced movement anyway, after they succeeded on the frightened. So I think it's a neat idea, but I think the execution needs a lot of work. I think the direction, it needs to feel more like you're trying to be a scam artist spell, if that's what it is. I think realistically, you know what the actual issue is? The actual issue is you didn't actually build this like an illusion. That's the problem. This should be built like an illusion. Every single thing, that's what it is. Okay, how do illusions work in D&D, guys? What sort of check do you do to determine whether or not something is an illusion? Every single illusion works the same way. What do you do to determine if something is an illusion? Do you make a wisdom saving throw? Even if the illusion makes you investigation, you make an investigation check. Yeah. Nothing in here about investigation at all, and this is an illusion. So that's another thing, is if you want this to be an illusion and not ghosts, I think that's what you do. You make it an illusion. So you drop the frightened condition, and you make it look like ghosts, and you make people be able to do an investigation check to see through the illusion. Maybe, if you want, you could have a feature where, like, if a creature remains in the space for 10 minutes, they have to make a saving throw or potentially be frightened and have to leave. But to have the frightened always on is not the move. And to have a magic item that is entirely illusion-based, not use the illusion mechanics, I think is also a mistake. I think that will end up helping focus it a lot. So you need to be looking at other things that exist in the game that do things similar to what you want, and to not just be pulling ideas, but to look at the way they express themselves mechanically so that this can sit in the game comfortably. Those are my thoughts. Thank you, Duracon, for sharing. The potion of make a room a haunted house. It's another one of those things where it's like, why the fuck was that a potion? Somebody else made something earlier that was like that. I was like, this is a magic item hiding as a spell. What are you doing? It's interesting also that it does just make things work more or less. Some things just really aren't meant to work in one way, but work really well in another. I think it's a really cool idea. I just think you need to kind of pick a lane. either this thing is making ghosts that are doing frightening things, or it's making illusions that are making things seem scary. But I don't think it should be as impactful as it is. And I think it needs to be dealing with illusions better. And I think it needs to be pretty significantly simplified in its wording. A bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a bucket, pop, pop, bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a pop, 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 beat a beat a beat a boop, 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 bag it, a bag it, a bag it, a beat, beat, boop, bow, 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 Don Dagora. I wanted a means for teleporting to be observed and interacted with. It feels like teleportation can sometimes limit roleplay, and felt like this spell would add a lot more intrigue. So, we have seen a spell on this channel before that essentially allowed you to teleport after someone if they it was almost like, it wasn't a teleport counter spell, but it was a spell where, like, if a creature within a certain range of you teleports, you can use your reaction to teleport to the same location that they teleport to. It was a pretty cool spell. I don't remember who made it, but it was a cool spell. Bam, boo, ba doo doo. All right, friends, let's see. Detect teleportation. Intended for artificers, rangers, sorcerers, and wizards. It's doing a lot. It's 10 minutes, 1 action, 2nd level. You sense dimensional rifts within 60 feet. Dimensional ripples. Don't say dimensional oh, I see. I don't think you need to say this twice. You sense dimensional ripples within 60 feet. Dimensional ripples mark locations where teleportation, including by portals, has occurred within 24 hours. Existing in pairs for the origin point and destination. Existing in pairs. I understand what you're saying here, but I don't love the wording. I might end the sentence here and say, like, portals that lead to each other glow in a similar frequency. I don't know. I might change the language of that. Ripples only occupy the space of what was teleported or where the portal was created. I don't know what that means, but are not detailed enough to determine the outline or silhouette of what was teleported. I thought that was implied. We're not seeing who was teleported. We're just seeing where the portals were, right? I think you can get rid of both of these sentences. I don't think you need either of them. You can interact with a 5-foot cube that a ripple occupies in the following ways while this spell is active. Don't say that. Say you can activate... No. We don't... What do you mean a 5-foot cube that the ripple occupies? What does that mean? No. Why did you write it like that? You can interact with a ripple in the following ways, is what you should say. What are you doing? Why are you adding these words? If multiple ripples exist in the area you are focusing on, a random ripple is chosen. Yeah, you don't need to deal with any of this fucking nonsense. Just make it a ripple. You pick a ripple. Why are we dealing with spaces when you just gave us a whole... You literally just gave us a paragraph giving us objects to interact with. You gave us... You name this thing. You talk about how it takes us... We don't need to talk about the space. What are we doing here? It's crazy. It's madness. You're overcomplicated, and we haven't even gotten into the features yet. Okay, so what does this thing do? It does analyze, or it does attuned forked rod, or follow. Analyze. As an action, you can focus this magical sense to the area. I fucking hate the way this is written, and I need you to change it right now. When you do, you learn... You focus on the ripple! What are we doing? When you do so, you learn whether the ripple is from the origin point or the destination, as well as the general direction and distance to the ripple's pair. If the pair is on another plane of existence, you will know so, but you will not know which plane unless you have been there before. Okay. Oh, that's weirdly written too. If multiple ripples exist in the area you are focusing on, a random... Again, we're just going to ignore that because that's stupid and nothing. Okay, so what does the first thing do? As an action, you can focus on one of the ripples. You immediately learn if this was the point of origin or the destination, as well as the general direction and distance to the teleporter traveled. Period. Done. End of that. Jesus Christ. How many... You guys are doing... Oh, so many of you are doing so much overwriting this today. I don't know what the deal is. Attuned fork. As an action, you can use a forked metal rod within reach of the area. The forked metal rod becomes attuned to the plane of existence that the ripples pair is in and can function as a material component for the plane shift spell. No. I would just... This doesn't need to be in this magic thing. This is so extra. We really don't need this. This should There's no reason... Yeah, go. This is so not needed. Oh my god, get rid of this. We don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this. I can't even explain why we don't need this because there's so many reasons. How is... This doesn't do anything that ties to anything that makes sense with this spell. I'll tell you what it would do. I'll tell you what it would do. I'm going to read the whole thing first, and then I'm going to give you some suggestions because I'm losing my mind. Because I do like what this is doing, but holy shit, do I also not like some of the things it's doing. Follow. When you cast a spell that allows you to teleport while occupying the area, you can choose to designate... You can choose for the designation of the spell to be the location of the ripple's pair. If this destination is beyond the range of the spell, it does not meet the spell's requirement. Okay, yeah, man. I think that this is almost a great spell. Here's what you do. You completely remove these bottom two features, and you just keep the top one, and you make it so you can see the ripples, and you can, when you touch them, you can see where they lead to and how far away. And you, for the love of God, you rewrite it so that you are not interacting with the 5-foot cube spaces, you're just interacting with the ripples. Being able to make components for plane shift is overpowered and ridiculously unnecessary for a second level spell. And similarly, follow is also completely unnecessary. We literally get a spell that tells us where they teleported to and how far. We don't need to now have a thing to follow them. Also, this caveat really doesn't work because of how limiting it is based on the teleportation spells that they cast. You're trying to squeeze a fucking elephant into this shoebox, and you need to stop doing that. Now, if we completely remove these two features and completely rewrite this in the following ways, I think it would work. Actually, no, I take it back. This is what you do. You exactly copy Detect Magic. You exactly copy Detect Magic. It has a range of 30 feet. Places where creatures either teleported to or from give a little bit of a ripple. And while the spell is active, you can touch one of these ripples to see where it traveled to and how far away that is. And you fucking end it there. You end it there. This is so overkill, my dude. This is so overkill. If you want to do a spell that can follow creatures through other dimensions, if you want to do a spell or a feature that allows you to follow creatures, make that. Make that. Don't half-ass squeeze it into something that it doesn't need it in. That's a silly. That's a silly. Oh yeah, this is not a divination spell. And you made it a ritual? No, it can't be a ritual. That's silly. It's too powerful. Well, no, I guess it could be a ritual. I think that's fine. It's a ritual if you get rid of these. But yeah, this would not be divination. This would be... No. This could totally be divination. It's divination because you're not doing any teleporting. You're just noticing teleportings. I think it's fine. Although, what's Detect Magic? Because it literally should be whatever school of magic Detect Magic is. That's what it should be. What is it? Divination. Oh yeah, divination. So yeah, I think you overdid it. I think you jumped to the shark and your eyes exploded because you jumped it so high that you went into the atmosphere. But I do like the basic idea, and I think it could work really well if you keep it as the basic idea. All right, thank you very much, Don Degora, for sharing. Thank you, thank you. A kadoosh. Yeah, it basically could be 3 spells balanced separately. I agree. The thing is, I totally get it, where it's like, you have one feature where you could see where a spell goes, but not if it goes here. But then you have another feature to see where it goes if it goes there. And then you have another feature that you could maybe follow the person if you have this. It's just too much. It's just too much. It's like, it's too compounding. I understand the logic, but the logic is too... It's sort of like when somebody's designing a subclass, and they give a feature, and I'm like, why did you give this feature? And they're like, oh, because if this character uses Hex and then uses this, they could do it to use this. And I'm like, yeah, but that's a very specific circumstance that I think a player should decide that they want their character to do, as opposed to building a whole thing around that super specific circumstance. I think the tuning fork is... maybe it would work in another circumstance, but I think the way this spell is laid out, everything from the areas to it being unclear how often you could do it, it's just too much. Just too much. I think it's the first step, if Don Dagora wants to get that piece good, is to simplify it. While active, you can sense teleportation magic within an area of 30 feet. Each unique instance is seen as a ripple with string. Touching the string of the ripple allows you to know the instance is a departure or arrival point and the location of the other ripple's string. Shaitan, that is word for word what that spell should be. And it is tiny. Don Dagora, look at what Shaitan just wrote in the chat. That's the move. All right, we have 20 thoughts. Throwing strength fans a bone and promoting some roleplay. So help me God, if this is you can use strength for intimidation checks. How many times have we seen that? You've mastered the art of distracting or dazzling with the display of sheer physicality. When you would otherwise make a charisma check, you can instead make a strength check. If the check calls for a specific skill, this does not change the skill in question, only the ability you apply to the skill. I don't know. I have mixed feelings. This is basically, you can use your strength score instead of your charisma score. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, if you boil... I think that might be too strong. I don't like the idea that I can now just completely take every skill associated with one stat and just use another stat. I can now just use one stat for 2 completely different skill trees forever. I don't know. I think it would be much more reasonable if there was some limitation on it. But the other argument that I would say is, I would argue you could make a persuasion or an intimidation check with strength anyway, just by a dungeon master deciding to. Like, that's the rules of the game. Like, maybe that's the other thing, is that you can always make a strength-based intimidation check. Like, that's written into the player's handbook and into the dungeon master's guide. Or one of them. It's definitely in one of them. So I don't know if you need this feat, because it already kind of exists. And I would say the way that I would balance this feat is you would have to use strength in place of charisma in circumstances where it would be logical. But those are the times that you should just implement that rule anyway. So yeah, I don't think it really works. I think it's an idea that already is in the game as an optional rule. Thank you very much for sharing, though. Yeah, it just removes one of your stats from the game, basically. Yeah. So you could temper it by making it circumstantial. But again, that is already in the game. Thank you for sharing regardless. Thank you, thank you. Sidian? You sound like Sidian is like an operation, is like an off-site officer on the ground spy for Cobra Commando. That's who Sidian is. No, I'm not streaming on Twitch right now, just YouTube. Just YouTube. Name. I might go back to doing some on Twitch also, but my analytics over March and April were really bad. And I think it has a lot to do with the multi-streaming. Like, as soon as I started multi-streaming, all my numbers fucking dove down. So I decided I would do a little bit of not. So I'm going to try a little bit of just streaming on YouTube. We'll see how it goes. If it's totally fucked, maybe I'll go back to Twitch. We'll see. But I always made more money on YouTube than Twitch. I never made a living wage off of Twitch. So I think it makes more sense to stick to YouTube and just sort of focus in on it. Let's see. This is an upgraded, downgraded version of Gaseous Form. I want it to feel different. I'm going to read it. But, Name, I need you to know that I'm kind of annoyed with how many things we looked at tonight were just upgraded and downgraded versions of things. So many things were that. I wish we saw some new stuff more. We did see a lot of new stuff, but I wish we saw more of it. Yeah, Shaitan. It literally has everything to do with I'm trying to maintain this being financially stable. Sponsorships, you ask that like they just rain from the heavens. Amorphous Form. 4th level transmutation. They're not fruit that grows in trees. It doesn't work like that. You know a guy? All right. Well, then I either don't believe you or you should have DM'd me about this already. Or you can DM me about it now. But, we'll see. Amorphous Form. 4th level transmutation. Casting time. 1 action. Range. Touch. Concentration. 1 hour. You transform a willing creature you touch, along with everything it's wearing and carrying, to be a gaseous version of itself for the duration. The spell ends if the creature drops to 0 hit points. An incorporeal creature cannot be affected by this spell. While in this form, the target has advantage on dex and con saves. Any creature or object under the effects of this spell can move through all the stuff. Can they use their features or not? In addition, the target gains the ability to climb on difficult surfaces, including upside down on ceilings. While a weapon is under the effects of this spell, it cannot be used to attack. What can they do in this form? So you're missing a pretty important part of gaseous form. Gelatinous, not gaseous. You're missing a pretty important part of it. The most important part of gaseous form is that you can't do anything when you're in gaseous form other than move. That's the only thing that makes it balanced. So I think you got to think about that. That's the thing you removed? Okay, I guess that could work here, because you're not... I gotta think about it for a second. First of all, you should completely rewrite it. The way this thing is formatted is genuinely fucked. Why are we not getting... So what's happening here is you're activating a form that gives a creature a variety of new features. Why did you not write this in bullet points? So, here's what I would do. Write it in bullet points, so we can actually see what the features do in a way that we can think about them. Bullet point 1, the target has advantage on dexterity and constitution saving throws. Bullet point 2, the creature can squeeze through narrow spaces 1 inch without squeezing. Bullet point 3, the creature can climb on surfaces. Bullet point 4, the creature cannot make weapon attacks or cast spells that require verbal or material components. Or somatic. Wait, maybe they just can't cast spells at all. Can they still talk? That's unclear. All of that is very unclear to me. Can they still talk? Can they still do anything? I think that needs to be clear. It doesn't have an effect on spells, but why not? Genuinely, why not? Like, what's the logical reason of why not? How does it not? Because how can they still vocalize? How can they do the somatic components of spells? How can they... You're Jello, you're not gas, but you're not a thing. You don't have vocal cords. You also don't have fucking hands or fingers. You also lose all of your items, so you don't have your arcane focus or your component pouch. So I'm not asking to be mean. I'm like, literally, how? Because the way it's written, the way that I would read this is I would say you could not cast spells. Because you lack any of the ability. You literally fundamentally miss all 3 of any of the components needed to cast a spell. So, if your intention is that you can still cast spells, I would change this. This is the way that I would do this. Because it sounds like what you want is you don't actually want to make somebody into ooze. You want to make someone gain the benefits of ooze. If you actually want to make someone into ooze, then you definitely shouldn't be casting spells. That doesn't make any fucking sense. If you want to give somebody the benefits of being an ooze, you don't describe them as transforming at all. You just say, you touch a creature giving them the powers of ooze. For the duration, they gain the following features. And then you just give them all these features without dealing with the fact that them becoming ooze. They still will get all those ooze things, and then they can actually do all the things you want them to do. So, that's what I think. I think if you want this to be able to cast spells, you need to reword it in such a way that it actually... like... It's not even about it being balanced or unbalanced. It's about intention. It's about intention. And I also think it's about vibe. I don't think you are trying to create the vibe of a person becoming an ooze with this spell. It doesn't feel like that. It feels like you're trying to give somebody the benefits of being an ooze. But we're not getting anything that's the vibe of an ooze. So with that in mind, I don't think we should become an ooze. I think we should just get the benefits of an ooze. If you want to become an ooze, we should be getting some cool ooze features. We're not getting any cool ooze features. We're just getting all the really basic ones that are kind of nothing burgers, right? Like we're not getting anything unique that we wouldn't get from being a plasmoid. Would be cool if you could try to do it on an unwilling creature with a save. Well, the way that it's written, that wouldn't be wise, because it's just benefits. The only creatures that it would be a benefit against would be creatures that are fighting with weapons. But if the creature is fighting with their natural body, or spells, or magic, or any other abilities other than weapons, they would be fully functional. So yeah, that's my feedback. I think restructure it so it feels more like you're getting the benefits of being an ooze, and all of those things will feel a lot more clear. And then also, I don't think it needs to be 4th level. I think if you really just make it, you get a climb speed, you get the Amorphous feature, and you get advantage on dex and con saves. I think that's a 3rd level spell, probably. I might drop dex saves, actually, because why would you get advantage on dex saves for being an ooze? If anything, you should be worse at dex saves. Oozes are notoriously slow. So I would probably rethink the saving throws. The con save, I maybe could buy, but I don't know. But I think the saving throws could use some rethinking. And I think beyond that, just reorganize it and make it more focused. Those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing. You ooze through dex saves? That feels like a reach to me. Like, I feel like there's so many other things that would make more sense for you to turn into to get advantage on dex saves than an ooze. You know? Thank you for sharing. Oh, wow, look at that. It heard me calling Baba's name. That's crazy. Crazy. A spell for Artificer Compendium. Magnet. Level 2 spell. Here it is in the chat. Gadoosh. Oops. Gadoosh. What the hell is an artificer? It's like a stupid, boring half wizard, half boring. It's a magical tinkerer who can't tinker anything interesting except for their subclass. It is a waste of a core class that allows us to implement some interesting subclasses. That's what I would say an artificer is. Magnet. You project a field of magnetic energy in a 30-foot cone emanating from you. When you cast this spell, you choose whether the cone is repulsive or attractive. Creatures wearing or holding non-magical items made of metal must make a strength saving throw. On a failure, they're pushed 30 feet away from you. If the cone is repulsive, or 30 feet towards you, or pulled 30 feet towards you if the cone is attractive. Any non-magical metal objects, cones not being worn or carried, are also pulled or pushed. A creature that is only being pulled or pushed because they are holding onto a metal item can release the item to automatically succeed on the saving throw. The item is then pulled or pushed 30 feet instead. I think this is pretty cool. There's already a Graviturgy spell that does that. Is there? I mean, there might be. I don't know. I didn't think there was. There might be something that does something similar. Where's Wildmount? Oh, it's like, where is it? Wildmount, where are you? There you are. Where's the fucking wizard? Okay, let's see what spells they get. Where are your spells? There they are. Which one? It's not that. 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 Maybe Pulse Wave? Maybe Gravity Sinkhole? Maybe Temporal Shunt? Yeah, it's this one. So this spell basically already exists. The spell that you made was a 30-foot cone that pulls or pushes creatures 30 feet. This is a 30-foot cone that deals damage and pushes or pulls creatures 15 feet. Now, the interesting thing that you did, that you added here, was the objects part. That's really the only new part. But if I were you, I think it might be worth rethinking this from the ground up, because it is so fucking similar to whatever I said. Whatever the spell was that I just looked at. Pulse Wave. It's really, it's too similar to Pulse Wave. So I think that this is one of those situations where it's not different enough yet to merit its own existence. I think you got to make it more different. And those are my thoughts. That being said, if Pulse Wave did not exist, I would say it would be great, and I would like it a lot. I might lower the radius to, I might make it a 20-foot cone instead of a 30-foot cone, but overall I like it quite a bit. That might be an interesting thing. Make it a non-instant duration and make it more of an aura effect, so creatures can be repelled or pulled in. That would be an interesting way to do it. That would be a really interesting way to do it. All right, Baba, thank you very much. I disagree, Augustus. Augustus says this being accessible to non-Chronos is a legit use case. Those spells are very restrictive. Maybe I'm wrong here, and this might be in my perception. I don't know any dungeon masters that restrict those spells to just those subclasses. I have never played in a game where that was the case. I have never run a game where that was the case. I have never heard someone stick to that rule, ever. So, yeah, I agree 100%. If someone is sticking to that rule, then there's definitely a use case scenario for it. But I don't think that people do that. Maybe they do. I don't know. I've never seen it. I've literally never seen that happen. I've never heard about that happening. That just seems like something that somebody... It's like one of those things that you read once and you're like, well, never going to think about that again. You know? You were shocked? Yeah. It is a little hectic. Oh! Alright, lovelies. I think we're going to start wrapping up. That's what I'm thinking. I want to do some other work tonight, and it's late, and it's Friday. So I think we are going to begin to say good night. Friends! Champions. Glory Hounds! Thank you for being here. We will have a bunch of streams next week. Remember, our big stream on Wednesday is going to be the Super Smash Brothers themed subclasses. I don't know what we're going to be doing throughout the rest of the week yet. I will be posting a schedule on YouTube and Discord on Sunday, most likely. You guys have a great night.
Don't know who I'd be.
Have a good weekend. Be good to each other.
With everything we've built,
Don't forget to feed your pets. Look at all these glorious people. We got some new subscribers this stream, hell yeah. And we got a super chat from John Cashman, absolutely amazing. You guys are the best, thanks for being here. Thanks for sharing your homebrew. If I yelled at you and you didn't like it, I'm sorry. I could not figure out a fix for my alerts yet, but they did seem to be happening more quickly tonight than they were before. So I don't know, I might start trying to use a different software or something. Anyway, I love you, good night.